Welcome to Dark at Dark at Dark at Dark at Open your mind. Dark incidents. Dark incidents. The protester. The protester. The protester. Dark X. Dark X. Open your mind. You know. Yeah, X. You know. Darkness. You understand? Yeah, X. You understand? Open your mind.
Peace, folks, and welcome back to another edition of the Proper Thought series right here on the old TPOT YouTube page. I'm your host, X, of course, but you knew that already. That's why you are here. Now, tonight, got a good one for y'all tonight, boy. I got Brother C Boogie coming through. Y'all know Brother C Boogie is like a rock star on these YouTube streets, and he gonna come through, man. And we're gonna chop it up a little bit about all things male, man, and male YouTube. It's gonna be a good one. I got a lot of respect for the Brother C Boogie. I like the shit he talks about. He's a solid brother in my opinion, and I'm gonna have him pull the trigger tonight, man. I mean, no holds barred. It's gonna be a no holds barred conversation with Brother X and Brother C Boogie. So I'm assuming Brother C Boogie be coming through momentarily. I did speak to him a little earlier via email, so he is gonna come through. But y'all know, like in the meantime, y'all know what I do before I start the show. I like to thank the folks, for their contributions, for their subscriptions, for their support of the TPOT YouTube page. I mean, y'all, what's good, Dallas Cowboys? I see you up there, brother. I mean, y'all, the way y'all support this channel, man, is like I can't stop talking about it, man. Y'all support it with your views, with your likes, with your shares, with your coins too. Y'all drop a lot of coins on this platform, man, and I can't believe it. Those of you who follow the Proper Thought series, y'all know the Proper Thought series isn't a big platform. I mean, we only at about 2,000 subscribers right now, but it's hard to tell, man, with the way y'all support this channel, man, and not just only with your coins. Don't get me wrong. Coins are nice. I mean, I'm not going to sit up here and lie and say I don't like them coins coming in, but it's not all about the coins. I mean, y'all support by showing up here all the time, sharing these videos, watching these videos, and, you have your black behinds here every damn week, religiously, and it's appreciated, man. I mean, I'm humbled. I'm honored. I'm appreciative, man, and I thank all of you, because like I always say, I consider all of you to be supporters, man, and I just want to thank you for your support. All right. Now then, as you can see from the title, Dark XoDus Live, DXL, the man in the mirror, with Brother C Boogie. Brother C Boogie, he touts this a lot. He often talks about the man in the mirror, and there's a lot to it, man. We often talk about, as Brother C Boogie's writing me right now. He said he's gonna be here in about 5 minutes. So there's a lot to the whole man in the mirror thing, man. When we talk about change and the way the world should change and the way, life should change and our situation would change, oftentimes, man, we have to start with changing ourselves. We have to start with changing that man in the mirror. Because if you want something different to be in your life, you got to start somewhere. And I'm a true believer, along with Brother C Boogie, that you got to change. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was y'all? Y'all know X got a big old board of soundtracks now. Don't sleep on X shit. Don't sleep on X's triggers. I got plenty of shit up in here, boy. You have no idea the kind of shit I got in here. But I believe change should start with us, man, and then the change can emanate outward. If you change yourself, change the way you think, for one, that'll ultimately change your behavior, And, if you change your behavior, you're always going to be able to change, your results. Because once you change your thinking and change your behavior, you have a tendency to change your environment. You change who you're around. You change the things you do. I mean, you might even change your job. You might even change the way you dress. You may change the way you live, all of that kind of stuff. So, all of that is very important when we talking about the man in the mirror, because it ultimately, as men, starts with us. That can't be denied. And I think all the brothers out there know that. And by the way, speaking of the brothers, let me do a roll call, because y'all know that's what we do here. I see my man Little Rock. What's good, Little Rock? Ain't seen you in here in a while. Brother Brandon L in the house. Shep Disaster in the house. My man, Brother Kenny in the house. Loyal supporter of TPOT. What's up, Brother Kenny? Who else up in here? Dallas Cowboys, of course. What's good, man? What's good? So yeah, we're gonna chop it up tonight, man, and see what happened. Oh, what's good, Brother Danubian in the house? What's good, brother? I see you up there. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna chop it up, man, and see where it goes. I'm sure Brother C Boogie is bound to say some shit that's gonna piss some folks off. I'll probably say some shit that'll piss some folks off too, but it is what it is, because y'all know this is how we do it on the TPOT YouTube page. Y'all know that DXL is no holds barred, no censorship, no political correctness, none of that kind of crap here. So y'all already know what it is. And like I said, Brother C Boogie, he just wrote me. He said he's gonna be here in about 5 or 10, so it's all good. But yeah, man. I think when we talk about the man in the mirror, right? Oh, hold on. Before I was about to go in, boy. Brother C Boogie is in the house. Peace, Brother C Boogie. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, bro? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right, cool. Hey, man, how you feel, bro?
I'm good. I'm good. What's good with you, man?
I can't complain, Prophet, man. Been a while, man, but salute, man.
Yeah. Yeah, it has been a while since you've been on here. It's been some time, man.
Yeah.
But I've been watching your stuff, man. I watch your stuff when I'm working and shit like that, And when I can't watch it, I'll listen to it. You know what I'm saying? I listen to it when I can't watch it.
Yeah.
And of course, I gotta congratulate you, man, because your shit done blew up, man. Your shit done took off, man.
Appreciate
It
it,
took
dog.
off.
Appreciate
It
it.
has taken off. And you talk some good shit, brother.
Thanks, man.
You talk some good shit. And I think that the things that you say resonate with brothers who are younger, and some older brothers as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think you kind of changed their thinking to a degree. And I think that you brought something to the media, or should I say black male media, black YouTube particularly. I think you brought something to this game that wasn't there before.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
think you brought something here that wasn't there before. And I think that's why so many brothers have gravitated towards, your messages and all that kind of shit. When I saw you and Brother Samuels together, man, that shit was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, that's a good combination right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm hoping to get up with Brother Samuels when he come to the Queen City.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get about town and shit if he ever make his way here. I thought that was very good, man. I was watching you trying on the suits and all that kind of shit. I said, damn, I said the brother looked pretty good in a suit and shit.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, man.
So let's get right to it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Now on this YouTube shit, everybody has a view of, I guess, manhood, mankind, man shit, right? We all have different views of that. And some of those views, they kind of overlap, but some of them are somewhat different. Now, I know you are a brother who often finds yourself targeted by others because of the things you put out to the folks, just like we all do. We all get targeted for one thing or another. That's the nature of this shit. So why do you think that, number one, why do you think your message resonates with brothers so much? And number two, why do you think some people have such a problem with it?
Yeah, to answer the first part of that question, bro, I think it resonate with guys, man, because I just really took a real, a real good look at the landscape, and even on my channel, well, Prophet of Thought, he got kicked off, but he'll be back. I'm just gonna keep talking. But even on my
Now
channel, man.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay, because the screen changed. My bad. So yeah, so even on my channel, man, I started to notice that a lot of my subscribers wanted more from me. So a lot of people would hit me up like, "Yo, Bug, let me see you put up another workout video, or like what's your diet, or kind of asking me questions that was kind of off of the script or the kind of content I was doing." And they wanted to know more, military stories, things of that nature. So I'm like, okay, this is what the people want from me, and I felt more comfortable doing that kind of content anyway, because the beginning of the year, everybody know that followed me. I said it was about gains. So when I said gains, I mean just gaining and improving in every aspect of your life. I was already doing a slow pivot in my content, and circumstantially, some things happened that kind of sped that up. So, like I say, man, I think I got a very, mature subscriber base, and the people that support me, because they understand that, self improvement is very important. And as long as you are human, as long as you breathing, there's always something that you can work on, man. It doesn't automatically equate to a bad thing. Whatever it is in your life, if you look real hard in that mirror, there might be one or two things you might want to improve on or tweak, or, just get better at. Just as a man, I feel like as men, we should always be evolving. That's the way I live my life. I don't like to stay still. So, and I try to present that to my subscribers. You brought up Kevin Samuels, so I like to show my work. You know what I'm saying? And it's not because I'm trying to, you know, you know, shit on nobody or floss or nah. But it's just look, I really live this, man. I'm true to this. And part two of that question, well, obviously, dog, who like to lick in the mirror, right? I mean, come on. It's so easy to just point the finger out at the world and say, well, it's everybody else's fault. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, if you got, let's just say we're talking about women. So, through your adult life, if you've been having these kind of issues with women, not getting a certain behavior out of women, then what's the common denominator, man, in all those situations? Well, it got to be you. You know what I'm saying? It has to be you. And I'm here to say, look, um, I've dealt with some bad women, like we all have, but I've had some excellent women, man. Excellent ones that respected me. I respected them. We was there for one another. It was a very fruitful relationship. So it can be done. You know, every single black woman is not a succubus. You know, every single black female, is not evil. You dig? Of course, you got your percentage of them that might be too far gone, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't find pleasure in beating anybody up. I just don't find pleasure in that shit. I find pleasure in watching people get breakthroughs, man. I find pleasure in getting my own breakthrough. That's why I start in that mirror, man. Before I point any finger out at anybody, Prophet, I'm looking at myself, dog. And that's facts. I always look at myself, man. And no matter how uncomfortable it is, I'll stand in front of that mirror butt naked, man. And I start on the inside. Work on whatever's on the inside I gotta deal with. Then I work my way on the outside. And so forth, man.
So, do you think that because we as men, we have our issues with this, that, and the other thing, whether it be women, whether it be the amount of money we make or where we live or the kind of lifestyle we got. Do you think that is that a major part of it that many of us as men we won't look in that mirror? Is that a major problem with a lot of us as men in your opinion?
Um, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, I would say yeah. I can't give you a percentage or anything, but I would say yeah. I would say yeah. Especially if you a guy, um, that can't get what he wants. Look, regardless of what these Negroes say, we all want an exceptional woman. I don't think no man will pass down that deal. Um, all things being equal and fair, we all, at some point of our life, want to meet an exceptional woman. So, with that being said, um, if you can't get that, or you've been searching long and hard for it, and you keep coming up short, or the woman in your lane or the woman that you have access to, you're not satisfied with, then dog, it's time to check that mirror, figure out what's going on. You know, real talk. It can't always be the women, man. You know what I'm saying? What if this strange thing was going on? Like what if somehow it was you? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that out of the realm of your imagination that it could be me? I could be in my own way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Could that be a variable in this situation?
Well, us black folks, we don't think shit's wrong with us. We are perfect with a perfect everything, with a perfect man, with a perfect woman, with a perfect this, with a perfect that. But we all know that's a bunch of bullshit. I mean, we know that that's bullshit. But what I think happens is I think we do a lot of projecting. Um, I think we do a lot of projecting our own shit onto other people. You know, we're more into projection than reflection. Because if you reflect, you got to do like you said, look in that goddamn mirror. And a lot of us, I don't think we want to face that mirror because there's a lot of ugly truths in that mirror. In that mirror, there's some ugly truths in there somewhere. And I think we're afraid to confront them, especially us as men. You know, because if you're looking in the mirror and you're looking at yourself, like you said, you gotta look at your good, bad, and ugly qualities. And a lot of those things I don't think we want to see, man. I don't think we want to see them. So let me ask you this. Did there has there ever been a point in your life where you had to face not just the good, not just the bad, but also the ugly parts of yourself?
Yeah, several times. Several times. Several times. That's why, I can talk with so much conviction. You know, especially in my younger days, man. I've did a lot of good women dirty, dog. I guess we all have, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, me too.
I've 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 met some excellent women, man, and when I was young and, living fast and moving around and shit, I can honestly say, man, some of those females didn't deserve what I did to them. Just the lying, conniving kind of shit I was into, man. And so yeah, man, I had to face a lot of ugly truths, man. Just certain things that I needed to improve on, for myself, for a better quality of life, for my children. I had to go back and mend relationships that I fucked up and burn bridges in the past. I had to go and fix those things. I had to go out and give sincere apologies and shit. Just grown man shit, man. I don't think you can call yourself a man. And this is just my own thoughts. You can't call yourself a man until you're ready to look in that mirror. Straight up. Because how else you gonna get better? It should be nobody harder on you than you. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't have to wait till somebody else come point that out, or you know, when your wife get mad, she just start going off and cussing you out, and everything she was holding in, she said you shouldn't have to wait till that day. Or your kids get mad at you and they ain't talking to you. You shouldn't have to wait till that day, dog. The day starts right now with a decision. You walk in front of that mirror ass naked, man, and you start on the inside. Look, let me say this, and I don't want to go too deep into this, but a lot of these dudes, man, I'm gonna be honest, because I know they have a lot of select, non-select talk and all of this. But look, a lot of guys, they're not getting the women that they want because it was on the inside, man. And these women see that. Ain't no woman gonna submit to no weak man. No woman gonna submit to a man with too many chinks in his armor. No woman gonna submit to a man that's not emotionally stable. No woman gonna submit to a man that's not confident and self-assured in himself. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no woman, regardless of race. Now she'll use you, for her convenience to get what she want. But now I'm talking about submission. I'm talking about this woman saying, I can close my eyes and trust that this man is going to take me where I need to go. No woman going to submit to that kind of man. Point blank, period. You know what I'm saying? And even if a woman going to deal with you, it's another guy rappelling off that roof when you go to work, dude. Straight up. So, if guys want to get into some hardcore shit, that's how I feel. You know what I'm saying? It starts here. What kind of man are you? Even if you got money, who are you before you got that money? And did you fix that? You know what I'm saying? Because even if you got money, if you ain't deal, whatever it is on the inside that you need to fix, if you ain't deal with that, could be insecurities, could be low self-esteem, could be depression, anything, whatever it is. If you ain't deal with that and you just got a bunch of money and you threw a band-aid on top of that shit, then these women gonna sniff it out every time. You just a sucker with money. You just a heavily flawed dude with money. So it don't matter. It don't matter, dog. You're not gonna get around this mirror. And I'm a wrap a ball around that last statement by saying this. Sometimes it's not an actual mirror. Hold on, damn hiccups. The other part of that, some of these guys can stand in the presence of another man. And that man is everything that you're not. Now that's another mirror for you. When you get in front of another man and you feel inadequate, you feel small, figuratively and literally, you feel small because he's a risk taker. You know, he get out here, he grind, he take care of his family, do what he got to do. His charisma and his personality and his energy is infectious. You're not gonna get around that mirror. But go ahead. I don't even want to.
Yeah, I know we're gonna get into some shit tonight, but so do you think that many of us brothers, before we even start like trying to pursue women and all that kind of shit, shouldn't we have all this shit together already? Shouldn't we have already figured out all our faults and fallibilities and problems and issues? Shouldn't we have consolidated and fixed all of that shit first before we start going out and trying to bring a woman into that? Should we be doing that shit first? Should we be looking at that mirror first and get what's straight in that mirror before we go out and try to pull some woman into this mess?
I mean, ideally, yeah. Ideally, yes. I would say so. Um, Me personally, um, I would never want to bring baggage into a relationship, partnership, or a union. The same way we say we don't want women with baggage. Well, I got enough self awareness to say, well, I don't want to bring baggage either. You know what I'm saying? I don't. And there have been times in my life where I was dead honest with women about that. Like, look, I'm rocking with you, you rocking with me, but um, right now I got a little too much going on. Oh, I'm too heavy into these streets right now. You don't want no part of this. I had to be honest enough with these women, and I cared enough to let them go. You know what I'm saying? I don't hoard no women. Cared enough to let them go. You know what I'm saying? But that was me getting a little bit more mature in my life too. My younger days, I would have brought her along for that ride and fucked our head up. See, look, Private. If we get down to the nitty gritty, yes, man. A lot of us fellas, especially in our younger days, man, we've took women along for rides, man. You know what I'm saying? This was what it was. It's a part of the game. But the reality is, once she meets that next guy, and now he got to deal with the carnage that you know, had placed in her life. And I've met women with baggage from other relationships because that guy took her along for that ride and had to go and mend that and fix that and provide solutions and kind of solve certain problems and put a mirror up to her face because she bumped into the wrong dude and trusted that guy. So look, man, I'm very practical and I'm very real, especially about how relationships go with the male and female, that whole dynamic. And I've never put all the blame on these women. And you talking to a guy, look, man, in my younger days, I done snatched whole shirts off of women, dog, for disrespect. I'm just being real. I done snatched a whole shirt off a woman before, man, for talking to me like she crazy. So, I'm true to this, man, but I'm also true to myself, dog. When I fucked up. Like I say, man, I've had exes I had to go back, man, and keep it a buck with them and really give sincere apologies. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't deserve that. And the pain that they had, some of these women, dog, they would just see me and bust out crying, man. You know what I'm saying? Because there was so much pain there. See, all the real niggas, they know what I'm talking about. This ain't no simp shit. This past the red pill. This is the life pill, dog. I'm past that red pill shit. I give out the life pill, man. So go ahead, man. That's how I answer that question.
Yeah, there's a bunch of pills, especially here on this damn media shit. It's every color pill on the rainbow and every damn thing you can add before a pill. People are using it, but when we as men, okay, because you always hear to talk about what a man should do, what a man shouldn't do, what a man should have, what a man shouldn't have. Some things are universal, I believe, as far as manhood goals, depending on your situation and who you are, your age, and all that kind of shit. Some things are pretty universal, right? If you're a man, you need to have your own shit, you need to have your own money, you need to have, that kind of shit. But some things in manhood is somewhat subjective. And I think that's where we have the problems at. That's where we kind of clash at over those subjective things. I don't think we kind of clash. No, many of us brothers, we don't clash over the universal things. It's the subjective things that we often clash over. Now, what do you think some of the most prominent subjective things about, quote unquote, being a man are? What are some of the most prominent things that could be labeled as subjective?
Um, like, give me an example. What you talking about, subjective?
Yeah, cause like I said, universal, you got your own car, you got your own place, that kind of shit. You don't live in grandma's attic, and you 40. If you're a man, you ain't doing that shit. Well, let me rephrase that. I hope you're not 40 and still living in grandma's attic, that kind of stuff. But subjective stuff is different. Subjective stuff is, a man. Some dudes define themselves as men by how many women they have on rotation. And then other men define their manhood as having one woman and treating her a particular way. Or some men subjectively think that a man should dress one way. And then other men may think being a man is dressing some other way. So all that shit is subjective. It's not all, universal. It's subjective to, I guess, who you are and how you look at shit, right?
Well, yeah. Well, I would say, all of those things are true. Also, you know, I measure a man by his impact on people's lives. That's one. You know, do you have impact on people's lives? Can you change lives um, by your words alone? Um, a man has power and action behind his words, not just blowing hot air. You know what I'm saying? As a man, you should be able to visualize something to make it manifest. No matter how long it take you, it might take you a lifetime. But shit, as a man, you should be able to do that. Because that's what we put on earth for. You know, um, I think as a man, you know, obviously you're a problem solver. You know, as a man, we should only allot a certain amount of time to vent till we move on to extreme problem solving. Straight up. We sit around and gossip and talk about that shit all day. No. How we gonna fix it? What we gonna do about it? Or we just gonna sit here and wait for somebody else to clean up the mess? So and then obviously you got just being honorable, man. Having integrity, right? Um, what you do when nobody is looking, because here's the thing, and I got no problem calling these YouTube niggas out, but a lot of these niggas complaining about the same woman that they deal with. That's a hypocrite. You got no integrity. When nobody's looking, because you did motherfucker do 25 podcasts on single mothers, when nobody's looking, oh, you go fuck them anyway. You think they gonna change? You know what I'm saying? They not gonna change. They not gonna change because you still got your dick in them. So at the end of the day, dog, just being honorable, man. Let your word be bond. And when you give your word, you die about it. Straight up. That's how I feel. Um, and I think those things should be instilled in every man, starting from a young man. Especially as we mature and we start to prioritize our shit and all the running around and being in the streets and shit. That shit stop. And now we get down to the gristle, man. We get down to the nitty gritty, man. Now it's time to make shit happen. And what's your impact, dog? Or you just all talk? Only time will tell.
I got to agree. Um, it's funny though, cause on this media shit, because I listen to a lot of this shit. I listen to a lot of brothers. I'm subscribed to a lot of brothers' channel. I listen to the shit while I'm at work. I listen to the shit sometimes, when I'm driving in the car and shit. And, you hear all these different versions of what men are, how men are, what men are supposed to be. You hear all that shit. And sometimes you also hear a lot of double talk as well, because here on media, you can be whoever you want. I can sit here and tell you I'm a fucking astronaut, and there's nothing you can do to disprove me unless you dox me or some shit like that. But if I come here and I got on a spacesuit and shit with NASA on it, I'm an astronaut, right? So you have a lot of people on media, like you said, they say one thing, but they're living something else. And I think that media is responsible for accelerating and amplifying a lot of that shit. I think this shit here is responsible for a lot of it, because a lot of the shit you hear on media, oftentimes you don't hear it anywhere else. There's a lot of shit I hear up here that I don't hear anywhere else. Just like there's a lot of shit on here that I hear, and I do hear it other places. But media has given people the voice to say, well, this is what you men should be doing. This is what you men should not be doing. And I think that because of that, people have a voice that they've never had before, for one, and people have impact on people's lives, like you say, like they never had before. So, what do you think the state of some of these so-called, I don't want to call them man influencers, but I guess I will call them what I call myself, an internet opinionator, because that's all I consider myself to be, an internet opinionator. What do you think would happen with a lot of these guys if they didn't have this shit? If there was no YouTube and Facebook and Snapchat and StreamYard and all this kind of shit, where would a lot of these dudes be, in your opinion? Where would they be?
Well, they'll be forced to deal with that reality. They'll be forced to deal with that mirror. And what you have now is you have a lot of people escaping reality, their own reality. That's why they call it virtual reality. Look, man, drugs and alcohol is not the only it's not the only way or the only outlet to escape reality. Hell no. Nah. This is worse than crack. Or just as bad. That's why a lot of these niggas, they call themselves superheroes and shit. Um, you know, they live in these cartoon worlds. You know, whatever, man. They do whatever to escape their own reality, dog. Um, that's dangerous. That's dangerous for any man. So if it wasn't for this, some of these niggas would go back to their ordinary, mediocre life. A lot of niggas get on here, man, and they whoever, they 007 all of a sudden and shit. And look, I ain't got no problem with it, but we always got to be aware that, yeah, it is young cats, man. I got a lot of young subscribers, man. And I realized as my channel grew, you know, um, I had to be more responsible with my content, straight up and down. It's a responsibility that come with this, man. So I try to be as authentic as possible. Point blank, period. When I got younger guys watching me and they email me and hit me up, and a lot of them look at me like an uncle or older brother. And as much as um, obviously I respect them for it, and I appreciate them for it, but I got to do the right thing on my end too, and kind of some way lead these young cats down a path that's righteous, man. At least on that level. So even if I'm giving them fuckery, I'll slide a good message in there. You know what I'm saying? So they can at least have a balanced fucking diet, man. You know what I'm saying? So I understand on this. We got white folk watching this, Asian, Hispanic folk watching this, man. As black men, we gotta be aware of that. We already got a bad name out there. We already fucking labeled, harassed, and fuck with. You know what I'm saying? We can't be getting on here acting like a goddamn fool, acting like this black woman is your fucking mortal enemy. You know what I'm saying? That's not my enemy, dog. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got issues, but they ain't my fucking enemy. I know, what my enemy is. I know what I'm up against, man. So we gotta act like we got some goddamn sense sometimes, man. Some of these guys I want to wrap my fucking hands around their neck. Another conversation for another day. So, like I say, man, we got a responsibility too as men. As men. Fuck the entertainment shit and all of that. If niggas is gonna hold the banner of black men, we doing this. This is a place for men. Then let's act like it at some point. I was thoroughly disgusted at that shit that happened last night in my comment section. With these crazy ass niggas pretty much celebrating the fact that, those women was exposed to the HIV by the white guy. It's one thing to talk about it. It's one thing to report the news and hold these women accountable. But these niggas were jumping for joy. I want to choke these niggas. I don't like them. You can tell them I said it, man. I'll show up. I don't like them. At this point, I don't want nothing to do with them. We reached the all-time low. We can do better than that. We should do better than that. We need some quality control around this motherfucker. So for all these clowns that get on here, become something that they not, that they know they ain't, that they never was. Yo, man, at some point, your delusions and this reality, man, they gonna meet. You're gonna have a fucking nervous breakdown, man. Yeah.
Well, I was on somebody's show earlier, and we were talking about the HIV thing, but I wasn't celebrating. I was more troubled by it than anything else, more pissed than anything else. And with some of those things, we need to be taking somewhat of a more serious stance. That's one of my bigger problems with this media shit. Now, I'm not a person who try to judge how you react or what you do, but I think some things are universal serious. Universally, they're serious. That kind of shit is serious, because we were talking about it earlier today, and I was pissed more than anything else. I wasn't tickled at all. I was pissed off about what I was hearing, and I made that known. But a lot of us, man, with this media shit is like Never Never Land sometimes. And you got a bunch of fucking Peter Pans and shit running around and shit. You know, they're just missing the fucking funny hat and the green tights and shit. Well, I don't know. They might have the motherfuckers on. I don't know. But I think there's a lot of Peter Pan shit going on media, where a lot of people just haven't grown the fuck up, and media has allowed them to stay in that fucking, suspended animation shit, where, they don't have to grow up. They don't have to grow. They don't have to pivot. They don't have to mature, because there's a lot of shit on media that's just straight immature to me. Now, given that, I give this disclaimer, those kind of things are subjective too. What my immature is could be mature for the next brother, right? But I see a lot of that shit as really, really, a lot of that shit is kind of immature. You know, a lot of the shit that I look back, I look at some of my old shit that I did a while back. I was like, God damn, you know, that shit was really fucking immature. I have actually taken videos down because I didn't like the way I was in those videos. Because in a sense, I believe what you believe when it comes to self-reflection. You know, I like to look at myself, man, and critique myself. And we always hear, you know, I'm my biggest critic, you know, that freaking cliche. But I think there's a lot of truth to that. Or, well, it should be. We should be our biggest critics. We should be looking at ourselves and saying, damn, you know, that was kind of fucked up what I did. You know, I think we should be doing that. But a lot of us don't. I know we don't. Because I have times when I don't. You know, I miss shit about myself sometimes. I'll be like, God damn, you know, maybe I shouldn't have did that. You know, maybe I shouldn't have, you know, said that. Or maybe, you know, I shouldn't even have been involved with that or with that person or with that situation. So let me ask you this. Do you think that we as men, when we make these bad decisions, and we fuck around and we make some mistakes. I heard you say earlier that, you know, you went back and you apologized to certain people, you know, in your life that, you know, I guess you caused some pain to. Do you think that we should be doing, excuse me, should we be doing that as men? Should we be going back, mending fences that we tore down back in the day? Should we be doing that?
I mean, once again, you know, ideally that would help. You know, but that's up to the individual. You know, what I value, another man may not value. I value my relationships that I have with people. Um, we talk about relationships over years, for men and women. So because I value those things, I'm gonna go and make that thing right, um, and do whatever I got to do to make it right. Um, so gotta leave your ego at home, man. That's simple. Leave that shit at the door. You a man. As long as you conduct yourself as such, then people gonna treat you like one. Leave your ego at the door. Leave your pride at the door. As black men, that's all we got. You know, to be honest, it's not like, you know, we got no real power out here. All we got is our ego. Leave that shit alone for a while. You know, stop hiding behind that mask. Who are you? Do you know yourself? Um, these aren't the questions that you need to be, you know, these aren't the questions that you owe to society, man. You owe it to yourself to dig in deep, man. You know, to dig in deep, figure that out. That's your journey. Point blank, period. That's your journey, man. Figure yourself out. The game of life, man, is controlling yourself. When you on that battlefield, it's all about controlling your own emotions. If you are sporadic and, you know, just all over the place and don't know what you're doing, and, you know, you're making a scene and you're causing ruckus, then everybody else going to do the same. You know, when those bullets flying, you need to stand tall, especially if you call yourself a leader. Leaders lead from the front. No asterisks. No asterisks. So when it comes to this manhood shit, ain't no gray area for me, man. It's black and white. It's right or wrong. And, you know, this shit airtight, man. I don't have any more room. You know, when it comes to manhood, I don't have no room for anything else. You know what I'm saying? If I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong. If I owe an apology, I'll make that right. That's it's about manhood, man. The so-called manosphere. Show me the men, straight up. Show me the men. I don't even use that word no more. Some of them lately. So look, man, I'm locked in tight this thing. Um, so we go to the next question. I got about 15 more minutes, so yeah, we go to the
Okay.
next question.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you too long, man. I know you're busy and shit, but let me ask you this: the values that you have, as a man. I know you're an ex-military man, right? So does a lot of this do a lot of your views and values on manhood, does that come from your military experience, or were you always this way and you got into the military and it just kind of amplified it?
Man, when I was young, I was a straight knucklehead, man. Like many of us, straight knucklehead.
Yeah, straight
Um,
knuckleheads, most of us.
Even in my younger years in the military, I was a knucklehead until I touched that hot stove and found myself in a world of trouble and almost got kicked out at one point. Then I figured it out. Had an epiphany. I had strong black men come and knowledge and wisdom on me. I can damn near cry right now because they changed my life. We talking about men. So that's why I feel it's my duty to pass that on to some of these young cats because I had people to drop it on me, and they came along and they seen the diamond. It just needed to be polished, rough around the edges because of my circumstances and everything. And they came along, man, and man, they opened up my eyes and they opened up doors for me to flourish. And they didn't hate on me. They didn't compete with me. I have a lot of issues with a lot of grown men with that, trying to compete with young cats. I don't like that. It's their time to shine. You are there to advise and assist. And even at my age, with cats younger than me, I'm there to advise and assist. That's it. I ain't there to compete with them. This day culture, whether we like it or not. This culture. Hopefully they do the right thing with it. And if they ever need me to advise and assist, I'll be there. But that's my thing, man. I learned a lot in the military. That was pretty much my gladiator school. Into manhood and the values and the things that I learned directly or indirectly in the military, I'll keep with me for life. That honor, things I learned on that battlefield, I can forget it. Take it everywhere with me, even into my relationships. I take it with me. I'm a problem solver. When these women look in my eyes, they see facts. That's going to stand tall. Even when the world is against us, man, I'm going to hold it down. I'm going to stay on that 50 cal till they take me out. That's my mentality. She know that and I know that. That's why I can get certain behaviors out of women. That's why women respect me. Ain't because of, select or non-select. Nah. Because they look in my eyes and see facts. 100, man. That's what it's all about. Can never go wrong with manhood, dog. Could never go wrong with masculinity, man. We need to pump that shit into these communities like they did crack, nigga. Pump that shit out. Nigga need to take an 8 ball every day of manhood till your jaw get locked like Bobby Brown, nigga. Straight up.
I agree.
You
I
know,
agree.
that's how I feel about it.
I agree. I totally agree, man. I think we need more of that. Um, because if we had more of that, we'd have less problems, man. I think we'd have less problems in black society if we had, more masculine energy permeating through it. Um, I think there's a loss of masculinity in many pockets of black society. And I think that black society is reflective of that lack. of it. Um, a lot of problems that's in Black society today can be solved in a few years if we just had more masculine energy as opposed to a lot of feminine energy and feminine concepts and feminine ideas and shit. I think a lot of those ideas and qualities, man, need to be replaced with some masculine shit because if that was to happen, not only would we see a change in the males, we'd probably see a lot of change in the females too, especially the young ones coming up. I mean, the older ones, a lot of them are already gone. But there's a lot of young ones coming up. I mean, I say that because I have two adult daughters, and there's certain things about them that I don't like. There's certain things about them, about the way they do shit that I don't like. But I think they would probably make bigger mistakes and more detrimental choices if I wasn't in their life. I truly believe that. Oh shit, did I lose C Boogie? God damn it. The hell just happened here? I lost you there for a minute, brother. Um, yeah, I just think that, my daughters would be worse off if I wasn't in their life. I don't know what they would be, if they was just raised by their old mama, and they're just doing whatever, I don't know what they would be. But let me ask you this, man. What do you want? What do you want conveyed to the brothers that you talk to? Because you got a huge following. You're very popular. I hear your name a lot on other platforms, shit like that. What is the final message? What is that final mirror message that you want brothers to take from the things you teach them? What do you want that to be?
Um, Good question.
Yeah, I ask those from time to time.
Well, look, I think as a man, it starts and ends with you. Or, it starts and ends with you. Bottom line, you as a man, you in total control. You should be. You need to be. If not, you got to get there. Um, it starts and ends with you, man. If you're not getting what you want out of life, you know, if you're not fulfilled, if you're not satisfied, you don't like what you see, you don't like how you feel, ain't nobody gonna change that but you. I don't give a damn what's going on around me, dog. Like I say, I'ma stand on that 50 cal till that barrel get hot. Whether it's bombs going off or bullets flying over my head, I'm gonna stand there. Whether it be by myself or with my guys. Even if they scram, I'm gonna stand there 100 till they take me out. It starts and ends with me. You know, I'm not waiting on society to change. I'm creating my own reality. I'm sweeping up on my own porch, cleaning out my own closet. I got skeletons in that motherfucker, man, that's dropping out. I'm just fucking with it. Like, God damn, I gotta clean this motherfucker out. You dig? So that's how I feel about that. It starts and ends with Boogie, man. Nothing else. Enough said.
So we often hear the talk of, the quote unquote manosphere. Do you consider yourself part of it?
I mean, I look, obviously it's Dom Game Division. That's my brand. That's what I'm pumping out. But I'll forever be synonymous with the manosphere. I can't shake that no matter how hard I try. Um, so, but I don't promote it. I don't speak about it in my content. I don't even use the word, but there's no beef or I got no issues with nobody in particular. I don't hate these guys. Um, I stay the hell away from them, but I don't hate them. It's just end of the day, man. I'll always have that on my back, so that's cool. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Well, I appreciate you coming through, man. I mean, this is good shit. It's always good when you come through, man. I just wish you would come through more often, man. I be needing you up here sometime, man, with some of the shit that been going on lately. But I appreciate you coming through, man. And every time around this time every year, TPOT pivots. Okay, we make a sharp right turn. And for the last couple of weeks, I've been doing some serious topics. There ain't been no buck shit on here. It's been all serious shit. So would be nice, man, for you to come through from time to time, man, on a Thursday night, man. Because I would rather enjoy your input, because like I said, I think you do good shit down there. Um, I think you're affecting a lot of brothers, and more than likely, you're probably changing a lot of brothers' lives, man. And that shit right there means something. It means more than the BS that. God damn, he dropped off again. Shit. Um, that means a lot more, man, than people think it does. And I'm not one to take YouTube that seriously, but I take it serious to a point because I know it's people who listen to me. I know it's people who follow the shit I say because they write me, they write me and they talk to me about shit. And to them, it's somewhat serious. So if I'm not going to take it totally serious, I have to at least respect the fact that they take what I do seriously, if you can understand what I'm saying. I have to at least respect that. And I think that you're a person who does that too. I think you respect the fact that they take you seriously, man. And that in itself is honorable in my book, you know. So any final thoughts, man? Any parting shots before you I know you gotta go and shit. Any parting shots before we take off?
Yeah, man. Just appreciate you for having me on, man, and showing me the hospitality you dig, and um, thanks to everybody in the chat, for tuning in. Y'all could have been a lot of places, but y'all came and you know lent us your ear. And like I say, man, to all the men and to all the women, I'm talking to the men and women. You gotta look in that mirror for the rest of the year. That's all I'm on. Is mirror. On my channel this season we doing self actualization. So obviously we looking in that mirror, and it's gonna get uncomfortable. But if you hold on, if you hang in there, if you stay in the fight, then it'll be beneficial in the end. It's a lot of people dropping out already on my channel. They can't. But look, it's supposed to be uncomfortable. But trust me, if I ain't tell you nothing, this ain't nothing but your brother talk. You look in that mirror. At the end of the day, it'll be beneficial, man.
Yeah, man. In the words of
And
Michael
that's it.
Jackson. In the words of Michael Jackson. God damn it. Yeah, man, like I
But,
said, man, I
but yo,
I
man, my
appreciate
phone
you
about
coming
to
through,
die,
man.
Private.
I appreciate you coming
All
through,
right,
man. You
thank
gotta
you.
come through more often, brother. All right.
All right, man. Just send me the link, man. All right.
Absolutely. Peace,
All right.
brother
Peace.
C Boogie.
All right.
Yeah. Just got off the line with brother C Boogie. Man, I like C Boogie, man. I like his shit. But me and him, we always kind of been all right. I remember him from the days of when he used to be down at Obsidians a lot. And even when I clashed, because I've clashed with many dudes, we bumped heads. But even when I was bumping heads with brothers down that end of the block, Brother C Boogie always showed me respect, man. He always did, man. He just, no matter what he thought of me at that time, he always showed me, much respect. So, that kind of shit goes a long way, man. And he's always welcome on the TPOT YouTube page. But it's only 11:15. Okay. And oh shit, what's up, brother Art? Yo, I'm gonna send out the link to a couple folks, man. If y'all want to come through, let me know. If you want to hop on, shoot the shit, we can carry on this whole mirror conversation if you want to. It's all good. You got some other shit you want to talk about. I see Nagone in the house, so I'll send it to a couple of the brothers, some of the usual suspects. I see y'all in the chat, so I'll send y'all the link, because this is YouTube. So everybody's got everybody's goddamn email. And I got that Brother Moses, I got that email you sent me, man. I saw that, man. I didn't know about that either, brother. This is the first I'm hearing of that they actually do that. That's the first time I'm seeing it too, brother. You know what I'm saying? So good luck on sending that through, man. Good luck on sending that through, brother Moses. Good luck. Yeah, I'm gonna send you the link, brother Nagone, brother Art. I see brother Art in there. Who else? I know the captain's in there. I'm gonna send it to the cap if he's still here. All right. So don't go nowhere. Bro, brother Moses still here too? Oh shit. I'm about to send brother Moses the link too. I've seen brother Moses on TPOT YouTube page in a while. So I'll be sending it out. But yeah, man, I really enjoyed Brother C Boogie, man. I mean, he's a serious cat, man. He's not about that bullshit, but I mean, he was never like that, man. He was always pretty straight up, man. He used to always say straight ahead. I don't think he say that shit anymore, but when he said that shit, man, he used to have me rolling straight ahead, All right, I'm commencing to send out the link to the folks, to the usual suspects. To the usual suspects. So check your email if you're interested in coming up on the TPOT YouTube page, And now my goddamn computer trying to freeze, y'all. It's not me taking this long, y'all. It's this damn Dell. It's been acting really crazy lately, man. It might be time to replace this shit, man. This shit been acting crazy. I'm talking crazy. Send this to my man Nagone. So if the email comes through twice, don't get mad, because it's not me, it's the computer doing it, man. It's telling me that it's not sending. So I go to send again. So it might come through twice, y'all. It might come through twice for some reason. This is not sending. Well, brother Moses, my brother Art and Style, what's good?
What up, fams?
Peace, man.
What's going on?
What's going on, brother
man?
Deacons?
What y'all got for me tonight, man? What you got for me?
I ain't got nothing but empty pockets.
Tell me something good. Tell me something good, brother Moses. Tell me something good, man.
Man, I had to send that link. I mean that screenshot, because I don't know what I was doing. I think I was just on like YouTube, probably on the home tab, and usually, as you know, it's hard for us to really connect as Black YouTubers are in a black YouTube space, because sometimes even if you're subscribed, you have the bell note, you hit the bell notification, and you have all, it still won't send out all of those notifications when folks are going live. But I sent you the screenshot because when I was on there, next thing you know, it pops up with like a survey. And it was like, is this a good recommendation? And I looked at first, I was like, no, I don't know who that. And then I looked again, I was like, wait, that's Teapot right there. Because, and then I was like, wait, C Boogie on this bad boy? So I was like, absolutely. And so right before I hit the 5-star on it, like, absolutely, send me notifications. I thought about our conversation that we were having. And when we were talking on the interview, it was like, well, how do you feel about, the different sectors? Sometimes it turns into the debauchery or whatever. And I was like, look, it's all necessary. We're going to need each other. And essentially, the more we can start to connect and collaborate with each other, the more likely it is that YouTube's algorithm will recognize each other and then be able to send that notification, like, your friends who watch this also like this, or friends who viewed this video may have also liked this video. And I was looking today, saw that bad boy drop. I was like, let me take this screenshot before I do it. Hit my 5-star. It brought me right on in because I hit the 5-star, and I was able to join live that way. So sometimes it's a notification. Sometimes we don't get them at all. But I was like, wow, this is the first time I've actually seen YouTube actually push out like a survey style notification with the live link for a black content creator. First time with Teapot. That was the one who got it. So I said, yes, sir. I looked
about, man,
for like 15 minutes too. I was like, man, where this dude email at? Am I missing the X or something? What am I doing wrong here?
Well, that
Yes,
was.
sir.
I'm glad you brought that to my attention, Brother Moses, because I didn't know that either. I mean, because I haven't gotten one. So, I had no idea that they were, doing that. So that's a good look, man, on bringing that to my attention, man. Because see, now I'll be looking out for that kind of stuff. I know it's been a while since you and I talked, because everybody's been on the TPOT YouTube page. See, you probably are aware of this, Brother Moses, but a lot of people out there are not. TPOT ain't this giant platform, but everybody has been here. And I mean everybody. There's not too many people you can name out there in YouTube that has not been here. Not too many. I'm telling you, not too many. Okay. So I'm hoping that, being that you receive that, hopefully it'll kind of, make its way out to other people that I'm connected to, because what I want to do at some point, like I was telling Brother C Boogie, I always kind of pivot and shift, the stream a little bit, once it gets to close to the end of my busy season at my shop. So I have more time to kind of mess with this stuff. And what I want to do is I want to have more of the Brother Moses's on here, more of the Art Styles on here, more of the C Boogies on here. That's kind of where I'm trying to go with this, over the course of the next couple of months. That's kind of where I'm going. I will bring anybody on, but I think that I'm trying to focus now on bringing, a little more well-known people on. You understand what I'm saying? I want to bring some brothers. I want to bring the heavy hitters on, man. I mean, I want to have the heavy hitters on here, and I want to hear them chop it up, man. I want to kind of mix and match them too. I want to put people on the stream that ain't necessarily compatible. Two heavy hitters that are the polar opposite. That's the kind of shit I like. That's where I'm going. That's the direction I'm trying to head this damn thing in. Brother Nagone in the house. Been a while since Brother Nagone been on here too, man. What's good, man?
What's up, fam? What's going on, baby?
What's going on, man? About time you came here, man. I was about to go ahead, man, and take your damn key back, man, from the front door, man. You ain't been in this house in so long.
Man. You gonna evict me like that, fam? Damn.
Yeah, I'll start to, man. I start to call for the key.
Damn, I had to show, man. I heard the key rattling, so I said, let me get up in there. Let me get with my brother Xavier here real quick. You know how we roll.
So, what's been good with you, Brother Nagone, man? It's been a while, brother.
Man, just working hard, man. Trying to do the damn thing. You know what I mean? Just working hard, family. Working hard, man. Working hard. Checking out a little. Checking out a few things. Listening to what you guys are doing on YouTube. So that's about it, man. You know.
Yeah, I've been checking you out, man, on the Black Brain Trust, man, because I try to catch them like pretty much every night they on. They come on kind of early some nights. I can't catch them, but I was like, damn, brother Nagone is up on here, part of the Black Brain Trust. What the fuck, What the
Well,
hell?
I kind of like what's going on over there.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of a little bit more, really more my speed right now. So that's kind of where I'm at, and I like what the brothers are talking about, and I kind of like the direction, things have taken over there. I think the manosphere, in my view, has taken some moves that I'm not necessarily trying to roll with. So I think I'm gonna go kind of where the suit fits best.
Yeah, I got a bone to pick with you too, man, because I had the Black Brain Trust on the show, man, and you set it up, but your ass ain't even come on. What kind of shit is that?
Man, I got tied up. I'm sorry, I did. It's like right now I got a kind of a late night gym session as well, so I thought I would get out there. So I got a few things, but I said I want to hop on here real quick. But I'm sorry about missing out on that night because that was pretty butter laid. And I was glad that you had the Black Brain Trust on because you guys got into some pretty good stuff, and I think they kind of covered some heavy duty stuff, man. So Brother Xavier, I love you, man. You've been out here doing the damn thing, man. I can't front.
Man, I'm trying, man. I'm trying to take this shit to a more serious level. I've been doing some serious shit lately, man. I've been kind of limiting the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I've been keeping the bullshit at a minimum. The last few weeks, the bullshit's been at a minimum, man. I've been hitting some hard hitting topics. Last night I talked about this Tatiana Jefferson thing. Had a surprise guest that just kind of came out of nowhere. Kendra Ford came on the show last night because she happened to go to my wife's practice, because my wife's a medical esthetician, and she walked into my wife's practice, to my wife's office, and her son was killed running from a cop.
What?
He was running from a cop who had a gun on him, and he got killed. He got hit by a car running from this cop, and she was at my wife's practice the other day, and of course she was telling the story, and my wife told her about me, and she came on last night, just like happened out of nowhere. I was like, damn.
Wow.
So that's the kind of things that's been going on here, man. Of course it's always going to be a little bit of fuck shit. It's got to be some, very little though. It used to be a lot. Now it's more, more like that. So, that's kind of what we doing here, man. That's kind of what we doing. I got some good shit coming up. I always bring good shit up in the wintertime. So, I'm making that pivot, man. Told you I need to get a more serious crop of, talent and personnel coming through, man. That's kind of what I'm focusing on now. Doing that kind of stuff, talking about different things too, man. Talking about different things too, man. I got to get on down there with Brother Art so I can get my damn portrait painted. God damn it. To get down there. Yeah, I got to get on down there with my brother, man, so I get the portrait painted. So what's going on with you, Brother Art? What's good with you, man?
Man, just trying to keep from wringing these necks in the classroom, but it's all good. One thing that I really, you be talking about this all the time, but man, I had to get on my little brothers, man. I mean, this dude had to wear like a pink and purple do-rag in class. And I'm like, man, you're not supposed to be wearing that, but I'm gonna ridicule you. And I'm like, I said, is there any manliness about you guys? I know you like 14, but why you think it's okay to wear this? And he started naming people. I said, but you got muscles, you on a football team and all that. But this stuff, man, is hella feminine. And girls like agreeing. I'm like, I'm like, what makes you think this is okay, man? He didn't have much to say, but I'm like, you know, some got to give. We got, because I mean, this is the future, man. This is the future. And I know people got to be sensitive and all that kind of stuff, but I just let it out and I just had everybody join in. I'm like, and I said, you ladies or you girls, y'all not off the hook. Some of y'all be trying to outman me. You know how you get the whole fist balled up and like the what up when I say hi. I said a lot of girls do that. So I'm like, y'all
Wow.
don't see this? These are ninth and 10th graders too, so they're not really the older ones. But
Yeah, well, they're not too young, man, to be looking in that mirror that brother C Boogie was talking about earlier, man. I don't think you can be too young to have a mirror put in front of you and
I
and
felt
and
bad though.
and look at it, you know.
I just felt because I already know what the kind of world that's waiting on them. That's
Mm-hmm.
what's bugging me. It's like, and then on top of that, I'm not going to be around to help. They're going to be somewhere else, another state or something. And it's like, okay, how are you going to do with this pink and purple do rag in other areas? You comfortable here, but it might be a little different somewhere else. You know, but it was a trip. I mean, some of them wear these little pink shoes, and I don't know. Times are changing. We always say that, but I just got to speak up. I had to tell some of these children, at least, like you said, look in the mirror a little bit. Get yourself away from what media is trying to tell you it's okay and what's going on in your heart. Stop trying to take somebody else's talking points and what's the other one? All the advertisement and all that. Get your manhood, man. That was my whole thing. I'm just like, just get your manhood.
I agree, man. I totally agree.
Yeah,
We
that is so true, man. Gotta be right out here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Some of
Look at
this
that.
shit, some of this shit I can't even believe, man. Some of the stuff I see, I literally just cannot believe. And maybe I'm just old and don't understand, these new 2019 trends. But some of the stuff I see, man, it just it reminds me of being at like a circus or some shit, because you see all these strange looking things and you don't know whether to laugh or cry when you see some of these things, man. And you start thinking back to when you were younger, and you wonder, did people look at me that way when I was doing the shit I was doing?
Hey, don't
It
forget
causes you to
Prince.
reflect.
Remember
Yeah,
Prince?
right.
Everybody named Mama tried to be like Prince. Even the
Uh,
buff
well,
dudes was
I'm.
wearing eyeliner and lace.
Oh no, 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 no eyeliner, no. My
Yeah,
father was
man, in the '80s,
nah, man. Well, I was up in the '70s, so we used to wear like the it was kind of like
the bell
we used to
bottoms.
wear our chino pants, roll one leg up. You had the afro pick in your hair. We would roll around with that with the fist. And I used to have to
I
before I could style out like that, I had to make sure that I was all the way down the block because my father was watching me. And if he saw that pick going in the hair, he was like,
I,
he would be barking. He was like a bulldog barking down the damn street, and I'd be like, oh shit, I gotta get
hey,
out. Nah, man,
Nagone,
my
I
old
got
man,
one
he
for
was
you.
watching my ass when I walked out
I,
the house. If
and
I had my
Nagone,
pants rolled up or some shit, he
I,
was
I
like,
got one
get
for
that
you,
pick out your hair,
Nagone.
get that pick out your hair. Nah, it was
I
crazy.
got I got another one for you, Nagone. What about them net shirts with the stomach out?
Man, let me tell you, my
No.
father saw that. He had the leather strap for your ass. He's like, oh, you gonna need that shit down after I finish with your ass. So it was kind of like that. So we could and I wanted to and I wanted to get it all that stylish shit. But the pops he was on the case, and he would sit there and listen to my phone call. So if I was on the phone, I was like, yeah, my father was like, I heard you on the phone. You over there talking like this. Yeah, man, and this man, and I don't like that kind of talk. I was like, oh shit, pops, he on the case. I mean, he was honest, man. He was honest.
Yeah, man. My old man used to jump on me about that shit too, man. He was big on, speaking clearly and, not dicing up the damn English language. And, and you tried to say some of those cool words that, you learned, from being around the folks. And, you would slip up and say some of that shit in front of the old man. He would be like, what the hell did you just say, boy?
Yeah,
He said, what the hell did you just say?
I feel like these men know. When I hear some of these young dudes, I ask them something, the guys be like, "Yeah," I'm like, "No, dude, I need some bass in that voice." You know,
Mm-hmm.
this ain't hitting. I want to hear some yeah like that or something. You
Yeah.
can't be giving me no soft yeah, man. I ain't trying to hear some velvet stuff. I want to hear some bass. So they kind of it's bringing more of that out of me when I see them like that. I'm not trying to go ahead and what do you call it, promote the whole softness and stuff, because I think most of the time when I see the softness in young growing boys, I feel unsafe. I feel like something could happen down the pike, and they're gonna be hide behind somebody's skirt or behind the bushes.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the man in the mirror tonight, but I think a big ass mirror need to be held in front of many pockets of black society. I think a mirror need to be held up, and maybe, just maybe, looking in that mirror might just change some shit. I mean, I don't know. I mean, because a lot of shit that goes on inside black society, man, I think a lot of us realize that it's the freaking BS. We know it's stupid. Oh shit, what's good, brother Info? I see you up there, man. I'll see you the link, man, if you want to come through, brother.
I can't even
Because
see the
we
chat.
are talking about, yeah. For those of you who don't know about this already, tomorrow I'll be getting interviewed by the one and only Information Man on the Information Man Speaks podcast. I'm gonna come on down there, get interviewed by him, make all his subscribers mad and shit. And they'll be wondering, man, I don't know why you had goddamn X up here, man. so be looking for that tomorrow. The old X from TPOT will be getting interviewed by the one and only Info Man down on his channel tomorrow. I think we're doing it at 11 o'clock, I believe. Yeah, I think we're doing it at 11 o'clock because I think we're doing it 9 o'clock his time. Right, Info Man. I don't know if it's 9 o'clock his time or 8 o'clock. I think 8 o'clock his time, which would be 11 here. So 11 o'clock tomorrow, you can catch me on the Information Man Speaks podcast.
I'll be there.
Know,
I'll be free.
I will be down there.
My
Yeah.
eyes be free.
So yeah, I mean, I think we need to hold the mirror up, man, to a lot of this shit, man, that's going on, here in black society, man. And
Yeah,
some of
the
this
mirror
shit
though.
can be fixed.
The
Can be
mirror
fixed,
though is,
man.
even if they look in the mirror, how would they know if they see something that needs to be fixed? You know what I mean? Because a lot of people really think that a lot of the stuff around here is just hella natural and normal. And it's like,
Mm.
it's I'm just looking at a whole bunch of stuff over the years, and it's like it's almost like if you're dumb, how would you know?
Mm,
That crazy question. How would you
yeah.
how would you be able to troubleshoot something that if you don't even know if you're in trouble?
Yeah, I guess it
You
is
know.
possible to be too ignorant to know that you're ignorant. I guess that is possible. But I was always taught that. I mean, my pops always told me, he says, son, the difference between an intelligent person and an ignorant person is that the intelligent person realizes he's ignorant. The ignorant person does not. That's what my old man used to say all the time. Like, because he said that we all are ignorant, but knowledge of the ignorance is what separates you from the ignorant people. He used to
Hmm.
tell me that shit when I was like a little kid, man. So, I mean, there you have it, you
Yeah,
know?
he
Yeah.
was right. He was right. My father used to always say, "You got two ears and you got one mouth. The intelligent use that
Yeah.
exactly in those proportions." That's what he told me.
Yep.
Yeah, wise
You
man's a
know,
quiet man.
Yep.
listen more,
Always
speak
said.
And
less
he,
and shit. We
Go ahead,
don't
go.
have, we don't have those kind of, well, I guess we do. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say we don't have those type of people in black society anymore. I don't think we have as many as we used to. And I think a lot of us on media, in a sense, especially us older brothers, because all us here, I know we all are Gen Xers, right? So I think us Gen Xers, we try to kind of be those kind of dudes in a sense, especially on this media shit. We try to kind of be the old wise men that you would see, like sitting under the tree and shit, playing poker and shit and drinking liquor and shit. We try. I think we try to be those people, but I think the problem is that the folks that we're talking to are a lot different than we were back then. I think that's the problem. The folks that we talking to, I think they're a lot different than we were when we had people talking to us when we were younger. I think they're a lot different because they grew up in a different time. They grew up around a lot of different stuff, a lot of different influences. Back then, you were getting raised by adults. You were getting raised by your parent or grandmother, grandfather, aunt, somebody like that. Now, people are barely getting raised by adults. They're getting raised by media, Facebook, the radio, television, video games. People are getting raised by that shit now. Now, not that I'm blaming this stuff. I'm not blaming this stuff for how people are developing, but younger people now have shit in their lives that we didn't have in our lives. We didn't have those distractions in our lives. We didn't have these things that kind of occupied our mind for hours and hours and hours, where we could kind of drift off into a world, where our parents and shit don't exist. We didn't have that. Young people have that now. So, of course, trying to drop knowledge on younger folks is a different game now than it was, say, 35 years ago. Would you brothers agree with that?
Yeah. I call it aggressive ignorance.
Mm,
yeah, I would agree.
It's a strongly aggressive. I've been seeing this for a while. It seems like their whole fantasy, their whole what do you call it? World is just try to dismantle an older person instead of learning from them. And you have to ask some of these younger folks that's trying to always correct older people. You know damn well you don't have a goodness in your heart to correct me. It's some other motive. They need to be honest about that. You know, you don't. You know, a lot of
What's going
these
on, man?
guys.
Good to see, good to see, good to see, fam. Good to see.
What happened?
I'm sorry.
Okay. He's ordering a burger. I don't think they're gonna eat meat. Maybe he does. But there's something about it to where they have to go out of their way, probably for some kind of self gratification, or try to show the world that I have arrived. So I just took down an older person's wisdom. It's like you're supposed to wait for that stuff to be passed down to you. I'm
Yeah,
just really seeing that they're trying to skip them steps. And then guess what happened when they get older? Those Generation Z's, they know they're no joke. And they're only
yeah.
22 right now. You're gonna see some real stuff.
I think they're missing out though, man. I think they're missing out by skipping over those steps. I mean, because those steps, I mean, when we were coming up, I mean, those steps were what made us who we were, man. I mean, we didn't get to skip over anything. I mean, we learned the hard way, man. We didn't get
Yeah.
to skip over the steps and take the elevator and shit. We walked those flights of stairs. I guess that's why we can, that's why we don't get as winded when it comes to doing particular things. We don't get
Right.
mentally winded when it comes to doing things because see, we grew up taking the stairs. A
Yep.
lot of these people they grew up taking the elevator. All
Man,
right.
they got
So
Magic Mountain out here, and those hills are very like steep up, going really up like high. And I'm walking regular, like just walking up, and I was walking past some of these teenagers with backpacks, like, and I'm walking past them like, what's wrong with these fools? They were sitting on benches and stuff, taking a breather, and I know I'm not that much in shape, but I'm like, damn.
yeah,
So
man.
just to your point,
Shit. I tell my wife all the time, and she knows it too. I tell her, I'm like, shit, I can probably outwork the average 25-year-old, man. Easily. Easily. Because see,
yeah,
I've been working like most of my life. So I mean, I take a 25-year-old man and work them to death. They wouldn't last too long with me, man, out on the field. I'm telling you. They wouldn't last too long with me at all. They wouldn't last too long at all. I'm telling you. I work the shit out of them, man. They'd be ready to quit. You know,
yeah,
I guess that's why it's so hard for me to find help. You gotta be kind of you gotta be kind of fit, have your shit kind of together, boy, to get on up on the crew, you know.
that's
can't
another
can't
thing,
anybody
man.
just be on the crew?
That's another thing. Sometimes it's kind of hard to pass that baton because they don't even have strong enough hands to hold on to
Nope, exactly.
it. It's hard.
Exactly. But a
Yeah.
lot of these young guys, this is something that I've noticed, and I guess it's just because of where I'm at. Okay, maybe that's just the particular geographical area that I live in. A lot of these younger guys, okay, are lazy as a motherfucker, man. A lot of these dudes, they don't want to work. Okay, they don't want to work. Motherfuckers don't want to go to school. These motherfuckers they don't want to do shit. All they want to do is sit around all motherfucking day playing Call of Duty and Madden and shit like that. Um, no, they don't have any ambition. They don't
They do
have
bare
any
minimum.
drive. Yeah, they want to do the bare minimum. That's it. I see a lot of that because I'm out and about, I'm all over the place. I see a lot of that. I see a lot of young brothers, but see, you can only blame them but so much because see a lot of these young folks they have enablers.
Yeah.
Okay, they
Can you
have
can you
people who enable them to be this way, man.
could you imagine how many different adults in these children's life tell them what they don't have to do?
Hmm.
They've been told that for for years. And as they get older, even if they got potential in the back of their mind, if I don't feel like it, I don't have to do it.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, that's the bot. I've been really telling this, I've been saying this a lot of panels. People are not getting it. They're not getting it,
yeah,
you know, because we're telling, imagine if they said that. I mean, I know Obama has some issues, but at least the dude got to the point that we became president. But I'm quite sure this dude did not hear a lot of what you don't have to do as he was growing up. I don't care what
Absolutely.
society he belonged to or whatever, but at least he had some kind of, pathway to where he was ambitious to go after what he wanted.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like him
And
or
I think
not.
I
Go
think
ahead.
we've lost that though, brother Art. I think a
Yeah.
lot of us have lost that. Um, and there's a whole host of reasons. I mean, whether it be media, television, video games, the freaking people who raising folks now, I think it's a combination of all of the above, man, that has gotten us here.
I'm, I'm gonna be
Because a
real,
lot of the
man.
shit I see, a lot of the
Go
shit
ahead.
that I see from young folks, man, my parents would have never tolerated that shit. Like, especially my old man. What? What? My old man would not have you around him lacking ambition, lacking drive, lacking desire, lacking ability. I mean, he just and lacking interest in anything. He didn't play that shit, man. My old man didn't play that shit. I mean, you wasn't around him just fucking off. Okay. That shit didn't work. Okay. That shit didn't work. When I was a kid, man, I've told this story many, many times. When I was a kid, man, my father expected your ass to be up 6 o'clock every goddamn day, even days that you didn't have shit to do. Because at 6:01, if you wasn't up, he was kicking your damn headboard with them goddamn size 13 boots, getting you up. He expected you to be up, out that goddamn bed made, ready to do something. If it ain't nothing
Mm.
but go your ass outside because you didn't have no chores to do. And shit, I had a hell of a lot of chores when I was a young guy, man. I mean, I tell people all the time, man. I mean, I was raised by an old Georgian man, and we lived on Long Island, but we lived like we were down south. We had
Uh,
chickens, ducks, dogs, hunting dogs. We had a goat one fucking time. I mean, and I had to feed that shit. I had to clean pens. And a lot of that shit I had to do before I went to school. I would have to do that shit, come back in the house, clean up, then go to school, come home and finish doing the rest of the shit. And that was when I was a little kid, man. Collecting eggs, cleaning the fucking chicken coop, cleaning the fucking duck house. We had rabbits, cleaning that shit. I mean, from the time I was say 7 or 8 years old, I always was working. When I tell people that I've worked like 43 years, they think I'm making that shit up. I'm not. Because
dang.
when I was younger, my father was a landscape architect. That's what my father was. And he had his own landscaping business. Okay. So when I was coming up as a kid, guess what? He had already established the business. So guess what? My black ass was out there with humping wheelbarrows of rock and grass and digging trees and planting trees and humping fucking brick and cement and all that kind of shit. I was doing that shit since I was like 7, 8 years old, man.
So you're a
I
modern day
tell people
Grizzly
this,
Adams, huh?
man, let me tell you, I was raised by a silverback gorilla. So, I mean, I worked, I worked, man, ever since I was a little kid because this is what my old man expected of us. Okay. This is what he expected of us, man. I mean, I tell people this shit all the time, man. By the time I was 11, 12 years old, I would be driving my father's dump truck loaded with fucking soil and sand and rock and bullshit because I was a tall kid. I was tall. By the time I was 12 years old, I was already like 6 feet. So I would drive his trucks when I was like 12. I could operate a bulldozer. I could operate a payloader, a forklift, a backhoe. I could operate all that shit when I was like 12 years old. Because my father had all that shit. So by the time I was 12 years old, man, I was doing all kinds of shit, man. You
Damn.
know, you see these young guys now. I bet you guys right now, 30 years old, who cannot operate equipment. It's guys right now, 25, 30 years old, that have no fucking work experience. It's guys right now, 25, 30 years old, don't even know what a job is. They've never had one. And the motherfuckers are 30. Never had a job at 30. You know, it's dudes right now. They 35 years old. They 40 years old. They're living in their mama basement. Why? Because they never experienced any part of life that would have got them ready to be in life on their own.
Yeah.
Now you talking about a mirror. Somebody definitely need to put a mirror in front of these dudes.
I'm gonna keep it
Okay.
100. I'm gonna keep it 100, man. And people probably don't want to admit it, but there's a lot of parents that don't want their children greater to grow greater than them.
Oh,
So
absolutely not.
they keep them at a low, low status or something to where they're not able to emerge. And that's what I've been seeing for years. I mean, it's hard to tell the parent, but I see it. I really see it. I'm like, you got students with 4.0s and 3.0s telling they need to sell shoes or stuff like that. I'm like, really?
Mm,
No, no, don't get me wrong. It's not wrong to sell shoes, but this person could invent the shoes and or invent the machines to make shoes, things like that. I mean, it's on a higher these children have the potential to be on higher scales, but we keep talking them out of their greatness.
yep.
And that's what happened
Yep.
with the millennials. I'm gonna be real. A lot of millennials are looking back and saying, "Man, I could have been A, B, and C, but you told me that school wasn't this or this or whatever." And look at me now.
Yeah.
I'm barely trying to make it. So I hear some of
That's
their arguments.
yeah, because we have whitewashed them with a wave of low expectations. That's
Yeah,
what we
for
did.
sure. Yeah,
Low expectations, man. That's what we gave them. So of course they don't want to do shit. Why would they? They never thought they had to do shit. Now they look
yeah,
up now, motherfucker 30 years old, and he ain't even capable of being on his own. And he's 30.
yeah, yeah. And sometimes moms ain't even saying nothing about it.
Hell
You
no,
got
because they're
a
fucking
curfew at
enablers.
30. You got a
Man,
curfew
don't
at
get me,
30.
man, Art, don't get me to talking about these old mamas. Please, I've been trying not to talk about them all night, but these old mamas are
Release the
enablers.
Kraken.
Yeah, man, they enable this shit. You know why? Because see, they don't see this is the difference. This is the difference between men and women. Okay, you done got me started now, Art. You're fucked up, man. This is the thing. Men, we are more likely to tell young folks the straight, raw truth. Why? Because men, we don't give a shit what our kids think of us. We don't care. I mean, the truth is more important than what you think of us.
Hmm.
It's more important than that. Women, not so much. They tell kids bullshit because, see, they want the kid to see them favorably. And it's not even about the kid. I think a lot of times what happens is these women, they tell these kids this bullshit so they can feel better about themselves, about what they're telling the kid. Because, see, they don't want the kid to think that they're dumb. They don't want the kid to think that they don't know shit. You understand? So
Yeah.
it's still wrapped up in selfishness to a degree. Because see, what these women have done is see they've stymied the growth of a lot of these young guys. Man, a lot of these young guys now, these dudes can't even turn a screwdriver. They
Change
can't
the
even turn a
tire.
screwdriver. They can't even change a tire. They can't even check their fucking oil on their car. Nothing. Nothing. I
But they
mean,
want
these are
all
the
of it.
most, yeah, they want a car, they want all this shit. But guess what? They can't do a fucking thing for it. They can't even maintain the shit. They just want it. Let me tell you
Yeah.
something. When I was a young guy and I would drive my father's car, he'd give me the keys to his car. Okay. When I was a teenager, he'd be like, "Here, son, you can take my car." You know what he wouldn't do? He wouldn't check the oil on that motherfucker. He wouldn't check to see if because I was driving like 30 something years ago. So back then you always check the water level and shit. Before you started driving, you check the oil, you check the transmission fluid, you check all your fluids before you take off with the car. And my pops would hand me the keys, and he didn't check none of that shit. But guess what? When I went to go out there to that car, he'd be looking out that fucking window because he wanted me to check that goddamn oil, check that water, check that brake fluid, check that transmission fluid, check all that shit before I even got in that motherfucker to start it. He would give me the key, and I walk towards the car. When I look back, he'd be standing at the window looking, waiting to see if I'm just gonna jump in his shit without checking the oil and all that kind of bullshit. Yeah. So I mean, when I was younger, it was a different deal, man. When I was younger, you were expected to know more. You were expected to know more. Nowadays, these young folks ain't expected to know shit. They ain't expected to know nothing.
And they throw it in your face like it's supposed to be a badge of honor.
Yeah.
Like I don't need
Yeah.
to know it. So what? I'm
Yeah.
like,
I don't need to know that. But as soon as some shit go wrong, they on the fucking phone and shit.
Yeah, with
Bunch of
no
fuck,
money.
especially the dudes, yeah. Especially the dudes, because man, I think this generation of people, we got more fucking mama boys than we ever had.
Yeah, because I gotta
We got
give
more
a
mama
shout out.
boys than we ever had.
Because
Go
I
ahead.
gotta give a shout out to my girls in my classes. They do their thing, man. And I'm sitting there looking at the guys like, how come you can't raise up to this level? I mean, the girls are like, you sure I gotta do it this way? Okay. What else I gotta do? It's like they're going play by play, following my instructions, and tapping me on the shoulder saying, I'm done. What's next? These little boys, as soon as they done, they just go ahead and look on their phone and start, doing whatever. And I'm sitting
Yep.
there like, this is a hell of a switch. So maybe
Girls
that is the
becoming
new
more
masculinity.
yeah. Girls becoming more masculine, boys becoming more feminine, man.
And
That's
I'm
what's
like,
kind of going on, to
is
be honest.
like I said, is but after so many, maybe if it was my second or third year, I'd probably be like, like whatever. But you seen different years ago. It's like, damn, it's like I don't know. I mean, my only thing is trying to at least give them a chance to see things in a natural way to where you can get the media way so they can think clearly and start growing to their greatness. That's what I'm trying to do, but it's hard as hell because that social media is that's a hell of an animal.
Yeah. But it's thwarted their mentality, man, because a lot of people, and not just millennials, man, some Gen Xers too, they have become so socially augmented because of media. Um, a lot of us, man, we don't even know how to deal with people. We don't even know how to interact with people. We don't know how to socialize with people because uh socializing has been swapped with social media, even though social media is not socializing for real, but it's been co-opted. Socializing has been co-opted by social media. And if you was to take a bunch of young people, right, and you put 10 of them in a room and you take their phones and iPads and all that shit away from them, they would just be sitting there, man, freaking twiddling their thumbs. That's what they'd be doing, especially if they don't know each other. They'd just be sitting
Hmm.
there like a bunch of damn fools, not able to do anything. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to do shit. But if you put them phones back in their hands, all of them be sitting there like this. Why is sitting there, boy? Just going crazy. But
Yeah.
you put 10 of their asses in a room without them phones, they will not know how to function at all. They will be restless. They'll all be like they got goddamn ADHD. It just be a bunch of ADHD motherfuckers sitting in there, boy. They'll be tapping, shaking their legs, scratching themselves like heroin addicts and shit. Yeah,
I didn't
they probably have
experiment.
an anxiety attack.
I
Yeah.
did an experiment. One of the girls kept like doing her phone. And I said, tell you what, we got about 30 minutes. I'm going to take your phone and put it in the desk far away from you in the drawer. Matter of fact, you do it. You put it there and go back to your seat. I want to see for 30 minutes if you're not going to look in the same direction as that desk. She was like, sure. I mean, bet like that. Man, and I whispered in a few students' ears to keep an eye on her if when I turn my head. Because, when people turn their head, they start doing stuff, right? Man, I was told she looked at that desk like probably about 10, 15 times, man. And then I turned around, like I pretend like I was seeing nothing, and she was all playing innocent or like, like she was working. That's what it is, man. It's a magnetic type of attraction. And you know what? I have some theories, but I think I got some science to back it up. You got those flu shots. Those flu shots they're high in mercury, right?
Mm,
But at the same time, those phones have lithium, right?
mm-hmm,
It's the same type of thing with the remote control of the television.
mm,
Television has what mercury inside. Remote controls have lithium.
mm.
Go figure. I know these are human beings, but these phones have function. That's why they call them what? The smartphone.
Yeah.
And they got these metal fillings in the mouth too. I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
things that we overlook, because it sounds so science fiction like, but
Yeah,
you
I
know,
think there's a lot of truth to that, what you're saying. I think it's a lot of truth to that because, like you said, the girl, boy, she kept looking over there, boy. She wondering if the phone is all right. I wonder if my phone is all right. I wonder if it can breathe in there. Because when people get attached, when people get attached to shit, you can really see who the fuck they are when you take that shit away.
yeah,
Whether it be the cell phone, the radio, the television, the computer, you kind of get to see who the fuck they are, man. They kind of like me when I don't have any cigars. I'm fidgety. God damn it, I
yeah,
can't move. I can't operate. I need to get to the smoke shop. It's kind of like that. But see me, I've never been like that with these motherfuckers here though. Cause shit, my wife would tell you, shit, I'll leave this motherfucker in the shop and be gone for like 2 hours and shit. And she'd be like, oh, where your phone now? I left that motherfucker in the shop. Because if ain't no money tied to this motherfucker, I don't really care about it all that much, to be honest. Should I leave my phone? Cause see, I done messed up about 5 phones, so I'm to the point now where I'll just leave it somewhere because it's safer if it's away from me. If it's around me, it's bound to get ran over by a piece of equipment, dropped in a bucket of oil, gas spilled on it, burnt, stepped on, ran over. That shit's bound to happen. So I make sure I keep this motherfucker far away from me, where when I hear it, I literally have to get up and go to it, as opposed to it being on me, because I done destroyed like 5 goddamn phones over the course of a year. So
yeah,
I don't. I'm not really attached to my phone like that. My phone is mostly for business for the most part. My wife and my kids, they call me and shit. But I mean, outside of that, my phone usually just conducts business. So I don't feel the need to have it on me 24 hours a day. It's attached to me. I got ADD when I can't find it, that kind of shit, man. Shit, I use my phone now more as a remote for my damn Fire Stick, because I got the Fire Stick app on it, so I can, change the channels on my TV and shit. I use it
hmm
for a goddamn remote more than more than anything else and shit, because the remote to it that motherfucker burn batteries up so quick that I don't even really bother with that. You know, my wife, she buys batteries for it, but I don't. I just use my phone and shit. You know, my phone is the remote. So I don't really see the infatuation with the cell phone, but I see a lot of people with the infatuation of the phone. And the crazy thing is, most of the time when you see people on their phones, most of the time when I see them, they're not even making phone calls. They're doing other shit.
Yeah.
You know, they're on
Yeah.
Instagram, Facebook, Twitter,
Yeah.
you know, other kind of bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
Cause
ain't even like they're addicted to calling.
yeah, cause the best. I mean, maybe I'm weird, but I do audio books on the phone and just keep walking with the headset in, or
Yeah.
I don't really. And at the same time too, when I'm at a place that's designated, I just put the phone somewhere on the table away from my body, you know,
Mm,
and just have it charged somewhere and sit there in the corner. The
yeah.
best, for those people who are listening, if you're worried about having all these signals in your body, you can always have like copper in your pocket, a little copper,
Mm,
like a bullet or something the size of a bullet, or a copper rock or something, or even copper jewelry. It serves as a filter, so it will not go too much into your brain. The other one is
yeah.
the amethyst stone. So those are two I know for sure. If you can have an amethyst stone, I think the amethyst stone has to touch your skin. I
Mm.
believe somebody can
Yeah,
correct me
I
on that.
remember you. I remember you saying something about that before, brother Art. I
Yeah,
remember you saying something about that a while back, man.
yeah. Your brain is made of copper, so that
Mm,
low electric magnetic wave is attracted to copper. So what
okay.
happens when you have copper somewhere else, or in a room or in your pocket, it goes more there, so it won't really wear your head down as much. You know,
Hmm.
because you remember your copper is your brain, and then your carbon is your pineal, and they work together and
Mm,
cause electricity. So when you have the tarnishment of your brain, that's when you start having low energy. So when people start playing video games for a while, they get kind of tired, even though they be fighting sleep
mm,
just to win a game, or another level. But it wears you
yeah.
down. And they have warnings, right? I think you can only play for 1 hour, something like that,
Shit.
in the
You know,
instructions.
they bypass that shit, bud. Like 12 hours. Goddamn. 13 hours straight and shit.
And man, they be going to 2, 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and then they go to sleep right afterwards.
Yeah.
That trips me out. I'm
Yeah.
like, and then you should see them like it's almost like they went to combat for real when they wake up.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why their mind's so goddamn fucked up. That's why they can't comprehend the most simplest of things because of shit like that. You ever notice how some young people, man, some of the simplest of shit you got to explain to them like 5 times? And I'm talking
Yeah,
some simple basic shit that you would expect like a 12-year-old to know. You're
yeah,
explaining that shit to a motherfucker that's 25 like 5 times. Like,
yeah, because
man,
they
what the
gotta,
hell is wrong with you?
yeah, because they gotta shake it. I mean, they gotta shake it off because we gotta remember these phones are their reality.
Yep.
So now they have to
Yep.
readjust and come back to normal. And sometimes it takes a while. You know,
Yep.
the best way to
Yep.
do it is to put a. Remember, you said mirror, right?
Mm-hmm.
If right,
It's the mirror.
this can be an experiment for people that's listening. If somebody's watching the phones or whatever or playing a game, get you one of those little portable mirrors and put it right in front of the phone and see how they jump.
Mm-hmm.
They jump. They jump like it's almost like you've seen a ghost. But you put a mirror right there. It's fun, man. And then after they jump, they look at you kind of violent. I'm like, what's wrong?
Mm-hmm.
You saw a ghost or something? You know, that's the only way you're going to really solve these problems is nature. You got to bring them back to nature somehow, whether it's trees, the sun, air, water, whatever it is. They got to have that to where they can feel it, and it kind of breaks the spell of the whole false realities that they're getting in these media and these devices. That's probably the
But
only way. Go ahead.
do you think that's possible, brother Art? And I know, you're a professor, you're a teacher, so I know you run into, I mean, some of these young folks, man, they just so wacky and whacked out about everything. And I mean, you probably spend more time around these folks than their own damn parents do. Do you do you see do you see a majority of the younger folks? Are they in a place where you can put them in front of a mirror and possibly bring them back? Or do you see more of the people who are kind of gone? Like if you put a mirror in front of them, they'll just turn away from it.
No, because the mirror automatically brings them back. See, what you're doing
Mm,
is anytime you have human, if you have more human connection than the digital connection, it kind of breaks the spell. When you leave them alone, that's when they start getting further inundated with the information from the cell phones and things. I don't know if you notice, and people out there notice that if sometimes people text each other, and then later on, like for example, it said you text someone saying, uh, "Meet me here at 5 o'clock" or something like that. Sometimes people don't realize once they meet the person. Sometimes they ask each other whatever. Did you get my message? I said meet me here at 5 o'clock. You got my message, right? You know,
mm,
most people repeat what they text when they meet the person in person. I don't know if people pay
mm,
attention to that, but they repeat it because what's happening is there is this human side that's trying to come out because the digital part suppresses it. Because remember, the digital is the one that's supposed to put their reality in you,
yeah,
So you have
yeah,
to be able to put your reality out. Sometimes your body fights for it, and if you have another person that's human that's next to you, it kind of makes it that the signal strong. It's almost like sometimes when people are stuck in these little media, cell phones, and all this kind of stuff, once they run up to another human that they kind of like or whatever, it's like they haven't seen each other for years. Like they got to
mm,
catch up. And I'm like, didn't you guys just see each other yesterday? And some people
yeah,
don't realize that you lose a lot of time because when you're in social media, you got to remember that reality takes away from your growth.
yep,
That's what's going on. So when you are looking at these things, you're talking about hours and hours of looking at something that is not real. And then later on, imagine if you did that for 10 years. You looking at you probably shaved off about what, 6 or 7 years of your life.
yeah. Think about that. Think about how much time that has gotten consumed with just that.
Yeah. I'm
How
talking to
much time
people.
has just went down the drain, man.
Yeah, I'm talking to people and people that's even like in their 30s. And it's
Yeah,
like, see, people kind of praise the ones that sound a little young and vibrant, but I think half of that is a handicap,
yeah,
because it's like you don't have a sense of time, nature, problem solving, and whatever. But at the same time, you taking as though that this is who you really are. And it's like, no, your time has been sucked up in a device,
yeah.
you know. And I
And like you
applaud the
said,
ones that are,
years.
yeah, I applaud the ones that's in their 30s that realize that and try to fix it. Because I ran into some of those people and they go on these little, these little tours or whatever, talking to different young folks about how to manage your time, how to, use technology for the good things. And so I'm like, wow, I got one of their business cards. I got to find it because I want them to come, because they were at my son's school. I want them to come to my job and give them that same. And they had like all kinds of charts and we wouldn't realize I don't think we realize how much time our children alone, we talking about like 5 and up, really stays a lot, keeps a lot, stay a lot of time on television, social media. We're talking about computers, phone, everything, a long time.
Mhm.
So it makes it easy for the
Like
powers
you
that be to
said,
get their way.
yeah, like you said, years consumed when you compact all that time that has been spent, it's like you said, it's years that you have
Hmm.
shaved off.
Yeah,
Years.
and I'm sitting
I
there.
mean,
People got to listen to brother RJ. He said he's 30 or 31,
mhm.
but a lot of the people in their 30s on YouTube, come on now, they don't sound like him. I consider RJ a normal 30. I
Yep,
consider him a normal 30. This is the
yep,
way you're supposed to be at 30. And
yep.
and I'm quite sure he's shaking his head. When he listens to people like, man, you older than me, you know?
Yeah, because some of these people, I mean, some of the people you listen to them, man, and some of these people you can tell they lack maturity. I mean, when you got a person who's like, because I listen to people like, C Boogie, who was on here tonight.
He's in
I
his
also
30s.
listen to brothers like, yeah, I also listen to brothers like King Sigma.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's in his early
I listen
30s.
to yeah, I listen to brothers like that, and I'm like, damn, these these are how brothers in their 30s should be. I mean, you
Yeah.
got dudes, man, that's 40, okay, and
Oh
man, they
yeah.
talk like they're freaking 16.
Oh yeah.
Like, what the hell is this dude talking about, man? These dudes got a 500 word vocabulary. They can't articulate themselves. They got bad verbiage, bad vernacular. You're like, God damn, man, how old are you? How old are you? So when you listen to a brother like RJ, and up here, he just like you, he's royalty on the TPOT YouTube page. When I listen to a brother like RJ, man, it's like, when you see a brother like that, these are the type of brothers that you would hope your daughter would marry and shit. These come, these are the type of dudes that you would hope, your daughter would marry a guy like this, as opposed to the 40-year-old who talks like he's 15.
Yeah, because if you
You know
listen
what
to
I'm
him,
saying?
he does a lot of historic referencing.
Yes,
Okay. He
very much
wasn't
so.
around at that time, but he uses those things to support what he has to say today. And that's the
Absolutely.
part what a lot of these young folks try to eliminate. And they sound
Yeah.
so, I can't even use the word, but they sound very much behind.
Yeah.
And they get
Because
torn
see,
apart.
yeah, because brothers like RJ, and I think he in the chat and shit. I sent him the link. He
Yeah,
might
that's,
have
that's the
bounced
first
out.
name I saw up there
Yeah.
because I barely got back on my
Bro-
computer.
brothers like RJ didn't spend all those years, fucking off.
Hmm.
He didn't spend all those compacted years fucking off. He actually spent those years doing shit.
Yep.
That's why he knows the shit he knows now in his 30s. These other guys, they 30, 35 years old. They probably shaved off 8, 9, 10 of those years bullshitting, chasing hoes, playing video games, fucking sleeping, and just sitting around their freaking dicks in their hands and shit. So, brothers like RJ they didn't do that. And you can tell by the way he expresses himself, the words he uses, his verbiage, all that kind of shit. You can tell this is a well-read, studied, disciplined brother. And I think that's what we're lacking when it comes to young folks, especially when you talk about millennials, because about 60% of them motherfuckers right now are it's more of them living with their parents at their ages now than it ever was. They are the first generation to be worse off than their parents, the freaking
Yeah.
millennials.
Yeah. And, you know, like when when I mention the security of our community or as a people, the security part is meaning that if you don't have your mind together as a group, we might just disappear overnight, because yeah, you can probably have some, fight in you or whatever. But if you don't have your brains, if you don't have your natural abilities, you know, as a group, it's over because the young is
Yeah.
the one that always sustain things. That's why I don't know why. I don't know what part that they're not getting. It's like when I am gone, you're it.
Yeah.
This is, there's no tapping me on the shoulder and all that kind of stuff and saying, "Man, my bad. I was all messed up when I was younger, but now I need to know." I'm like, I'm gone. I'm a spirit now, you
Yeah.
know, and that's the part that they're not getting. I panic every time there's an older person passing away. Most of the time, I'm like, man, I hope I asked all the question I needed to ask because I'm only time I'll have to
Yeah.
ask them now is when they're ancestor.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we when we were coming up, we were taught to have, I know I was taught to have a concept of time. And I
Mm-hmm.
was taught that time is the only thing you cannot replace. You can
Yep.
replace your car, your clothes, your house, your woman, all that shit, but time cannot be replaced. Once that time is gone, that's it. You're
Yep.
that much older. Okay,
Yep.
there's no drawing it back. That's the one thing you cannot replace. And I was also taught that to waste time is to waste an opportunity. I was
Yep.
also taught that shit. So coming up, I understood that you had to have a concept of time. You had to know how to organize your time and all that kind. I'm like that now. I mean, I get on my wife about organized time. Organizing your time the right way. Situating your time. I talk to her about that. I talk to my sons and daughters about that shit because I feel like time is one of the most valuable things. To
Yeah.
waste it is to waste an opportunity.
Yeah. I've been told a while ago. I think it was while you were sleeping. Somebody, if oh no, if you're sleeping while somebody is planning, you got no reason to complain if they're over you.
Exactly.
I was like,
Exactly.
wow. I don't know if it's those exact words, but it made me really think. Like, not to say that you shouldn't sleep, but you should be able to be planning your future instead of someone planning to be over you. You should be
Absolutely.
having
And
having more power.
you yeah, us black folks, we all about the Bible and Jesus and whatnot. So you would think that people would take that old adage. I forget, I think it's in the book of Proverbs where it says, if you love sleep, you'll grow poor. Stay awake and have food to spare. Now, when you
Wow.
tell that to people, they're like, because the Bible is really vague. You gotta
Hmm.
really, you gotta really understand. But what that passage means is, if all your ass do is lay around on your ass and sleep and bullshit, you ain't never gonna have shit. Has
Yeah.
nothing to do with the food. Has nothing. No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. If you spend most of your goddamn time doing nothing, guess what you're going to have at the end of that? Nothing.
All right. Billy Preston.
That's what that means.
Billy Preston. Yeah, from nothing means nothing or something like that. I forgot the name of that song.
Yeah.
But
And I
yeah,
think
that's
many young folks don't understand that.
yeah. I just don't. I'm. Sometimes we're a thorn in his side, but I just don't like to see them suffer. I really don't like to see my young brothers and sisters suffer over something they could have prevented.
Yep.
I really
Yep.
don't. I don't think they understand because most of us feel this way.
Yeah.
My hand, I got burn marks on my hand from touching the stove. Your ass was still gonna touch the stove.
Hmm.
And I gotta watch you scream and holler in pain because you didn't really learn from my experience. You
Well,
know?
see, this is the thing, brother Art. What I fear more than anything else is that, as we grow, people our age, we were there and are there, for our parents, while they're old and they can't do too much. I think the generation behind us, they're not going to be there for their parents. You know why? Because see, when their parents are old and gray and not really able to do that much, one thing these old gray people are still going to have to do is take care of their fucking children,
Yeah.
even though their children are 40, 45 and shit like that. I mean, they're gonna be 40 years old, and their fucking mothers are still gonna be taking care of them. Their grandmothers are
Yeah.
still gonna be taking care of them. Because these motherfuckers gonna be like 41, 42 years old, still living in grandma's house with no fucking job, no car, no money, no future, no nothing. Still living with grandma. Still. This
Mm-hmm.
motherfucker 45.
Mm-hmm. You
45.
got to
No
sneak the
wife,
girlfriends
no
in.
nothing. Yeah. He dragging hoes down in the basement. This
Yeah.
motherfucker 45 years old. I mean, this is the shit. This is what's coming. Remember, this is the Prophet of Thought series. This is what's coming, brother Art. This
Yes,
motherfucker be
sir.
40 years old. He's still dragging hoes down in grandma's basement and shit.
Oh,
After he done snuck off with grandma's car. He done snuck off with grandma's car while she sleep.
and they
Go
mad,
pick up.
dude. They are so mad that they can't turn their music up, or they got to turn the
Yeah,
TV down, or they got to come
yeah,
in
motherfucker
at a
40.
decent hour.
The motherfucker 45. He mad because grandma won't let him blast the music down in the fucking basement and shit. Motherfucker, come on, man.
Man,
Of course, grandma's not letting you blast the music, motherfucker. It's her house, not
thank
yours,
you.
motherfucker. One you should have on your own, because you
Yeah,
are 45.
and he mad he got to go to the store to buy some milk that he drunk up. You
Yeah,
know
yeah,
that kind of stuff. I'm like,
yeah, brother.
wow. You
This is
know,
where we're headed. It's where
I'm
we
trying to
headed,
tell
man.
these moms, because at least moms, they kind of listen for things to try to do. They at least they try. So they have. They give me. I have their ear. I keep trying to tell these moms like, if you don't do A, B, and C, he ain't moving out.
Oh,
He
Art, you're
ain't.
wasting your time, brother. Art, you're
I
wasting your
try,
time
man.
with that shit, man. You know you are, man. You know you are with that bullshit.
Because I know they list the sons listen to them. So I'm like, you got to put them in these programs. I know it's boring, but just convince them that it's temporary and you're gonna get paid and you're gonna move on and have your own stuff. You got to sell it to them. You can't just draw them by the ear and say you're gonna go here on Saturdays and that's it. You know,
Oh, she better do that shit, or he'll be 45, still living in her basement, still driving her fucking car, okay, still yelling up from the basement, "Ma, we out of cereal."
and
Like
she
funny.
got wants and needs, and her biological clock is moving along. So she want a man, but the son ain't letting it happen because he don't want mom to belong to anybody.
Hell no.
So he makes it
She
hard
can't.
for her. I'm like, I
Yeah,
don't know
she
how these
can't take
women do
care of
it.
that motherfucker. She can't take care of that motherfucker if she do that.
Yep.
Shit, you know how that shit go. But see that shit's a codependent relationship though. Because see, I don't just put it all on the brother. Okay, this motherfucker
Mhm.
45 years old, he's still living in your fucking basement. Guess what, mom? Okay, you played a big part in that. You know why? Because when that motherfucker was 20, you wasn't telling that motherfucker, look, nigga, you don't need to be living here for the rest of my life. When that nigga was 25, you wasn't telling him that. You wasn't telling him that when he was 30. You wasn't telling him that when he was 35. Now this motherfucker done grew up to be 40 years old. Your ass like in your 60s. Okay. And you to the point now where you just comfortable with him being there. You're comfortable with that shit. Motherfucker 40 years old. If he's still living with you at 40, guess what? He gonna be living with you till you dead. A motherfucker don't wait till he's 40 to move out the house. Oh, I'm 40 now, mom, so I guess I'll move out. Nah, motherfucker he living there and he 40, he will be living there when mom is dead. That's just
Yeah.
what it
And let the house
is.
go. And let the house go and lose the house.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know.
You
And
hear a
I've been
lot of that shit, man.
and I'm over here telling some of the moms like, look, these are things that can I give them plan A because you can't just have like one plan. I get a plan A, plan B, plan C. Half the time I get the response like, nah, I know my child. He ain't ready for that. That kind of
Mm,
stuff. No, he ain't gonna make it. No, I don't think so. I'm like, this your own mom saying it's about your seed,
mm,
whatever. It's like I don't know what it's going. I mean, I got a buddy of mine named he's been on my channel. His name is Speaker Jermaine. He talks about how he does workshop to train women how to raise their sons. You know, and
mm.
I'm gonna have him back on my show, but I mean, that's probably what's needed that they have to have workshops on how to guide your boys around positive men because you can't teach them how to be a man and, these kind of things because this whole emasculation thing is ridiculous, man.
Yeah,
I'm
it
getting
is,
tired of
man.
seeing it. As I get older, I think I'm getting less patient because usually I just like,
Yeah,
uh-huh. But now I'm more outspoken about it
yeah,
because it's
yeah.
too much.
I mean, but it bothers us as men. You know why it bothers us as men? Because see, we can kind of see the future of these young guys. Because as men, you got to do things a certain way. You know what I'm saying? As men, we have to do things a certain way, and certain shit just ain't gonna work. All right. And we understand that as men, man. We understand it. So we can see the wall that these brothers gonna crash into. We can see the cliff they're gonna drive off of. We can see it. That's why it bothers us because we know if they stay on that trajectory, they're driving over that fucking cliff. We know
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
We know it. So when we see one of these young brothers who done been effeminized and he 45, still living with mom, we know he's gone. Okay. But see, if we saw him when he was 20, we would know that he'd be living with mom when he was 40, just by the way he was at 20. You
Hmm.
understand? The way
Hmm.
he was at 20 years old, we would know when that nigga there get 40, he gonna be still living with grandma.
Yep.
When that nigga get to be 40, he ain't gonna have no job, he ain't gonna have shit, he ain't gonna have no wife, he ain't gonna just by what you see, by what you see. Now, of course, there's always gonna be some exceptions, some outliers and shit, but you know, a man, you can kind of see his trajectory based on what he's doing when he's young. Because, like I said, a lot of these young guys, man, they don't have skills. I mean, they're not skilled in anything.
I'm gonna
A
tell
lot
you
of them
straight
are
up,
not
man.
skilled in anything.
Sometimes I take my son on college tours. Now, this is something that you guys might want to do too. It sounds ridiculous, but it works. What you want to
Mm-hmm.
do, especially if they're teenagers and they got open houses, right? You can take your children to open houses as though they're buying the house. Do
Yep.
you like this room here? You like this kitchen? You like that? This could be yours if you do A, B, and C. I mean, they have to actually see it, feel it. Even a car,
Yeah.
you could take them around the car lot. You like that car? Because what you're doing, they're taking a snapshot in their
Yep.
mind, in their subconscious, what could be their future. College tours. They're hearing these
Yeah.
counselors taking them around and they're hearing all these different possibilities. Yeah, you can do this and that, blah, blah, blah. We got alumni association, blah, 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 doing this. And I mean, you got to just do that. I mean, the words are one thing, but when you just
Yeah.
take them around on just different neighborhoods. If you don't like your neighborhood, and it might be too late for you, it ain't too late for your child. Take them in these neighborhoods. Say, yeah, this could be yours. And matter of fact, you can pay for my house over there, and then you can move over there. You got to do stuff like that, man. But I see RJ up in here, so
Yeah. I mean, I think we've, many of us have failed, man, to give these children something to aspire to, man.
Yeah,
Because
we're not
like you
putting in the
said,
work.
the shit you just said, man, was golden, brother Art. I mean, I'm gonna have to cut this out and use that on a video, man. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have to use. I'm stealing that shit, and yeah, man, give them something to aspire to, man. I mean, god
Yeah.
damn. I mean, you gotta teach them that it's more than what they see, what they can grab inside the goddamn house that we living in. You know, you gotta show them that it's more to life than just that shit, man. And you can't wait till they 25 to do it. You
Mm-hmm.
can't wait till he's 25 and do the shit. He get 25, now you doing all this shit. It's too late. The hell?
And
This
he got to be
motherfucker already gone for the
and
most.
he got to look forward to being the boss. That's why I
Yep.
keep telling. I had to yell, almost had to yell. Stop having your children look forward to be somebody's employee. He has to look forward to
Exactly.
being the boss. I don't care what it is. I mean, just have them taste it. You know,
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
I'm telling you, man. It's that damn motherly indoctrination, man. It's the mamas who doing that shit. Because men, for the most part, that's not what we teach our children, man. We don't teach our children that shit. We
No,
don't. We don't
no,
teach our kids that bullshit, man. That's women doing that. Women teach their kids that nonsense. Get
yeah.
blowing them in the river, throwing them in the river of fucking low expectations and shit. You
I
know,
call it
because see, they
discouragement with
had low
love.
expectations. Yeah, they swam in that same river when they were young. A lot of them, their mamas throw them in the river of low expectations. So what they do, they get off, they dry off, grab their kids and throw their fucking kids in the same river they black asses just got out of. But we done been joined by speak of the man of the hour, brother RJ is in the
The
goddamn house.
normal
God,
30.
yeah. What's good, brother RJ?
Hey, peace, brother Prophet, and thank you as always for having me on. And Art, peace be upon you as well, brother. You know, so it's always
Yeah,
a
salam to
pleasure,
you,
you know,
brother.
listening to you from your standpoint. Yeah, man, I literally just finished up my day. It's been one of them days, man. Everybody had a concern, but I wanted to thank you for allowing me to come on and speak to this here topic. Um, so you know. We're so I hear you guys talking about the influences, the external influences, and essentially putting up the mirror and how one can be in their own way. I often find myself, thank you, I often find myself um having to remind myself that um what I'm doing and why I'm doing it and what the end game is. Because it don't matter how many times you said it. It's like I talk to myself. I do like it's like a little drill. I'm like, hey man, you're gonna wake up today. You're gonna go hard. Hey man, you're gonna go at it this way today. Oh, okay. And so, okay. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Having this phone. Sorry about that. Can y'all hear me clearly?
We can hear you.
All right, cool. Sorry about that. But anyway, so yeah, have to. It's a way of prepping yourself up, and if we're gonna stand on anything other than the side of truth, then we're not really prepared to have that mirror put in our face.
Hmm.
I don't, and we all know that people appreciate the lies more than anything. Lies are romantic to our ears, man. They soothe us. They put us at ease. They make us feel better. The truth is, can be painful. So I'm glad you guys are discussing putting the mirror up because people, especially a lot of characters we come in contact with here on YouTube, should indeed follow that advice and do that. It's good for the soul. It's good for the soul. Like even it's times where I reminisce on things and I'm like, hey man, it may have been some time between then and now, but you might want to rectify that. You might want to right that wrong. Maybe at that time you were like, the hell with that. This is what I'm standing on. I'm the type of person where I don't really like, and I know everybody that's shares, a similar hue isn't your, relative, but I do adopt that mentality. Y'all probably no secret. You guys heard my rhetoric here on these spaces, and so what it has come back to bite me in the butt. But I oftentimes I try to approach those situations and say, well, what can I do to like not have this riff with someone that that's part of our group. With women, most of the times, yeah, you can kiss that goodbye. At least with black women, they're not trying to be most even trying to be friends, associates, or even try to be cool with you after you start rocking with them. You know what I'm saying? They like if you ain't with them, it's like the hell with you. But with most guys, it's like, hey man, F whatever happened back in the day. Let me try to slap up with you. Let me try to you know, let you know, hey man, if it wasn't that big of a deal, if it was just some old disagreement, or if it was just some old like little again small time rep, then shit, let's put that let's put that to the side. And part of that mirror piece involves your ego. Um, you know, I had a little conversation with my business partner last night about ego and about a lot of things about YouTube, all types of stuff. He got frustrated and things got a little heated. We got to have another little conversation. But ultimately, when you're dealing with people's ego, yeah, it's always going to be, hey, I'm right, you're wrong. We can't always agree to disagree and just leave it there. So I don't know what more to we refer to it as, guys, is controlling somebody's energy. And I've seen some
Hmm.
people in the chat and other chats say, well, RJ, you're not as active as you used to be. When you first came on. It's not that this thing has gotten old to me or I don't care any longer. It's just that when you get overly indulged into it, man, these people in these cyberspaces, they're not as like-minded as you would like
Uh-oh.
them to be. And some of them aren't even, you know, they're doing things that are counterproductive. And so perhaps it would behoove you to just, not even have to rock with them. And those are the type of lessons that I keep beating myself in the head as it relates to that. Like I've said this to you before, Brother Prophet. I don't have anything else to say about certain people and their deal. Everybody, hey, do your thing. If I can't, I'll just keep my distance. If that's really what it comes down to. But people gonna run away from that mirror, man. And you know what? Even with the mirror in their face, and I'm gonna be quiet after this. Even with the mirror in their face, a lot of people feel like they can't be touched, they can't be checked, you can't say anything to them. And for those people, I don't really have much for them because, with that type of mentality, that means you don't really care to improve when people can see leaks in your armor. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm with
Well,
you, brother. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I'm with you too. And one thing I respect about you, brother RJ, you're a very intelligent brother. And you're intelligent to know that a lot of us just ain't gonna make it. A lot of us are gonna be still living with our mom when we 50. You're intelligent enough to know that stuff, but you're consistent enough to still have hope for some of these fools. And one thing that I really respect about you and what you just said, because when it all boils down to it, you're probably too intelligent to be around us idiots. So that's 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 basically what it comes down to. A lot of us on here, we just full of shit. We just up here talking shit, bumping our damn gums, and we wondering why brothers like RJ done kind of fell back, from many of us is because a lot of the shit we got going on up here, let's be frank, a lot of it's just fucking idiotic, man. A
Yeah,
lot of it is meaningless.
he sound like me 17 years ago. That's what makes me feel secure. Because that
Mhm.
means that everything else is going to be. I could just leave everything alone when you hear more RJs. You know,
Yes,
and he's still
yes,
learning and he's humble about it. You know,
absolutely.
and when I go on these YouTube things or whatever, I don't even read these chats. Some people put in a lot of BS and stuff like that. I even just disown them. You know,
Hmm.
I just don't have time for it. I guess as I'm getting older, because I used to look at older folks like, man. why you lose so much patience? But now I see it. It's like
Yeah.
my time should always be for good things. It's not rocket science or anything. It should always be for growth. My time should
Yep.
always be for something that would make me a better person. So reading chats, listening to nonsense and stuff like that, I got no time for it. I would cut
Mm.
a mug off in a minute. Like, bye. Don't have time for it.
Yep.
I mean, my
Yep.
students sometimes, wow, they'll tell you, I ain't got no time for it.
Yeah. I mean, when you listen and brother RJ's back, I mean, when you listen, to brothers like RJ, and then you hear other brothers his age and they talk like freaking 12-year-olds, you're like, I mean, no wonder, a brother like RJ, what the hell do he have in common with this motherfucker? Like, that's why, that's why, that's why you don't see RJ, around none of this shit because, he's like the only adult in the fucking room.
I
So,
wonder if
I
he
mean,
gets attacked.
I don't blame the man.
You think
I
they
don't
get? You
blame
think?
him.
Well, RJ is here. Do you get attacked on people in your age bracket around these YouTube's channels? He's probably selling more insurance at 12 midnight. So
Yeah, well, I told you he just said he was just getting done working. Shit, I
yeah,
mean, you think them other guys his age just done working? What motherfucking guys his age they just getting up? See, they're
yeah.
just
Because
they're just getting up.
I'm just wondering, is there some kind of is it? I'm wondering if there's some kind of what do you call it?
Uh,
Some jealousy, some haterisms.
mm,
Because he does get a level of respect compared to the other people of his age. You
yeah,
know.
that's because of his demeanor, man. His demeanor, his maturity. The way he carries himself, the way he talks to people. I mean, he's mature. You can tell he's a grown up. He's young, but he's a grown up. The same with brother Sigma. I like King Sigma too. He's another 30-year-old. He's very intelligent, man. He's very intelligent and he's well respected because he's not up here acting like he's freaking 10. You know, I mean that shit goes a long way, man. Goes a long way. It goes a long way with old heads like us, brother Art. We have to give these brothers some respect because of the way they are, the way they carry themselves, man. They've demonstrated that they're not little boys. I mean, when you come across so-called quote unquote grown men who act like boys, it's hard to fucking respect them. I know it is for me. All right. It's hard for me to respect these immature motherfuckers. I don't have any respect for them. Because the only thing I could think to say to them is grow the fuck up. That's all I got in my mind while they talking.
Oh
Yeah, while they
yeah,
talking, I'm like, man, grow the fuck up, will you? Okay, grow the
yeah,
fuck up and get out of my basement. Okay,
yeah. Because the fact that people are
all
not
I can
growing
say.
up, it makes me want to turn my phone off for the rest of the night. Because I ain't
Yep.
talking to nobody. Because a lot of people out there just trying to make people's lives miserable. So I'm like, nah, man. I just want peace. Peace.
Yep.
That's what a brother wants. So that's what it's about. You know. I mean, it seems like people just wake up just to make people's lives miserable.
Yeah.
You
I
know.
believe. I believe that too. I believe that, man. I do. I mean, I believe that, and it's crazy because you don't just see it on media. Some of this shit you see in the real world. You see the immaturity of parts of black society. You see it. I mean, you see it. And you're like, God damn, was I like that when I was 30? Was
And
I
they
like
force
that
it
when I
on
was
you.
25?
What gets me is
Yeah.
an entitlement. Like that you gotta accept that immaturity or else.
Yeah. Yeah. Or
I'm
else.
like, I'm like, what?
Deal deal with my dumbness or else.
Yeah, yeah. I call it aggressive ignorant, aggressive stupidity. I'm
Aggressive
like,
ignorance.
I didn't even give birth. You're not even my child.
Hmm.
You know, and if you were my child, you wouldn't be acting like this.
Hell no. Hell no.
Man, I'm like,
Hell
man,
no. Because
it's
you wouldn't tolerate the shit, brother Art. You wouldn't,
thank you.
man. You wouldn't
Thank you.
put up with that bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. People act like, they'll do something stupid. You call them out on it. Then they forget what
Mhm.
they done and say, how could you talk to me like that?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
like, you just said
You
A,
told
B, and
you,
C. No, I didn't.
man.
It's the same.
That's the goddamn female influence, man. I'm telling you, brother Art, because you know goddamn well, men, we don't push that. We don't. I know women out there, I know I got female subscribers, and I know there's some females in the chat right now, and I know y'all probably mad with me because I said that shit, but that's what I believe.
No, man,
I mean,
it's truth. I mean, what
go,
you just said was spot on. I'm having terrible problems out of this phone, guys. So Art, to answer your question first and foremost, you asked me, do I experience some jealousy? I don't experience, at least if I do, I'm oblivious to it. I'm not paying attention to it. I don't. I guess I got my goofy side. I know how to, kick back and unwind and get loose. But time and place and depend on the panel. But some people come to do it all the time. Thing is, it hasn't been jealousy. You know what it has? The only thing is what cost me that don't really matter is like some honeys. I've had honeys that like, oh, he's not fun, whatever that may be. Shit like that. So it's probably cost me some draws every now and then. But it is what it is. But it ain't no, man. I, yeah, I've been told, like, and so that's why when we talk about people being cultured and being introduced to different things, oftentimes people just aren't prepared for it. They may not. They may not be receptive to it. You try to take a young lady to a wine tasting, and I don't do wine. They want everything to be Moscato. Okay, cool. Well, hey, won't you? You should try this out. You should experiment. You know, you should learn what it's like to cleanse your palate and do this and do that. No, they ain't. They ain't feeling it. No, no, I won't. I won't. Well done steak and Moscato, and you didn't pay
yeah.
for it. So just they don't shit like that. But it is what it is. But as far as what he was just saying, with the women and the female influence, that is man, that right there is
hmm
is is beyond deep. I know too many young men, and else and I hate that people minimize it by saying, "Oh, well, you have mama problems," and it's like, well, when Brother X was on the Rumble not too long ago, everybody minimized what the brother's going through, right? Oh, it ain't too bad, suck it up. You shouldn't be mad at your mom, despite this brother clearly telling them not to harm mom, not to do anything to her except excel on her and let her know that you did it without her help, or you did it with her being an obstacle. Still, hey, the hell with everything he just said before that. I'm telling you to get over it because I'm a woman and I'm a mama. So we see that right there, and that shit right there is just so deep, brother. Man, I used to like when I hear people say, you know, before we say people are talking about black women, I think just that right there in itself is just triggering. You're talking about black women. It's like, okay, but I can see y'all cut up and talk hella shit about the brothers. We talked about the situation that's been making headlines this week, with the white boy. And
The Joker, yeah.
yeah, yeah, we'll call him that. Yeah, the fool, yeah, man, the devil, whatever. Man,
Joke.
bro, yeah. Anyway, with
Yeah,
that dude,
same character.
yeah, pretty much with that dude, and the thing, and just the other day, I'm in a chat listening in, you know, sisters going in on us. I didn't see no sister in the chat saying anything about anything contrary to, you know, what they were saying. They were promoting going their own way. There's somebody in the chat saying, "Save yourself, black woman." So now I guess they made that a move. Okay, and then you got you got women who I see over in different chats that are supposed to operate from a quote unquote, and this is why people poke fun at pro-black. They're supposed to be so-called quote unquote pro-black when they go over to these other spaces, and then I'm catching you over here with these sisters, just over here going ham. And all I said in the chat was peace out, and y'all, and just 2 words, y'all. And then that sisters down there talking about bye, like yo. I'm getting all these buys, and I'm just so it's like, okay, yeah, get the hell up out of here so we can keep going hard on y'all ass. You know what I mean? And I'm like, to me that was so ignorant because I didn't go in there with I didn't go in there with animosity. I didn't say, why are y'all talking about this? I simply presented logic to an illogical group. And but we're so bad, but nobody is talking about this guy because from that community. By and large, what are you gonna say? Stay away from this type. I mean, what's been done has been done, But why not use your media, your outlet, like we spoke earlier, Brother Prophet, to try to get to bring more attention and awareness to this when you're trying to escape something that you can't escape, which is, and you're projecting your self-hatred on all these people, your sons included. That's why we have these mama problems,
Mhm.
you know.
Hold on. Did you say mama?
I said it, brother. Press that button. Right. Right.
Continue.
Yes, sir. And that's all. And that's all. And like I said, you don't have that balance of cocaine chaos out here. You don't have that balance of Sister Ashada. You don't have that balance of, Caribs out here, not in the dating marketplace, not in this YouTube space, or just out here life general. Because I'm telling you, like I said, I'm out here trying to find someone who I could perhaps, wed. And it's hell, man. It is hell. You know what I mean? I know you married, brother brother Art. Are you married?
For sure, brother.
Shit, yeah, man. Hold it down, man. I know
Second
you
time.
when you
Second
hear,
time around.
yeah. But see, I ain't gonna front. After my first one, I said I wasn't gonna do it again. But man, when you got folks out here being as low as some of these Zennials, like we was talking about earlier, brother X. Yeah, I ain't gonna tell you.
Mhm.
It's gonna be a surprise. Oh no, I can't go for that. You ain't gonna get me
Mhm.
like that. I ain't gonna tell you. Just come on over here and find out. Fuck that. I ain't going for that.
Well, when you hear the stories, like the story that we've been hearing and talking about over the past few days, you're kind of glad that you wasn't out there slanging your penis here, there, and everywhere. That it makes you feel good that you weren't doing that because you could have found yourself jammed up, boy. Because
Yeah.
there's a lot of people out there with that monster. And if you somebody who's slanging it out in those areas where those people be, you have cause for concern.
Man,
You do.
man. Shit, hey, make you want. like I say, man, it's embarrassing, man. It's deep out here. But you're absolutely correct. Brother Prophet. I mean, yeah. Like I said, if that right there don't make people get right, since people always talking about, black men, these just these top of the line ass cheaters. If nothing else, will make people chill out with the nonsense. You would think something like that would. But to hell, I'm not even going hard like I used to, and that's a reality check for myself. So, yeah, that's real. That's real, man.
RBR is up in here. And damn, you a moderator in my shit, RBR? How the hell I give your ass a wrench?
I can't even
Hey,
see the chat. I'm moving multitasking.
talking shit, of course.
You
You
gonna let
want to
him?
come up, RBR?
Yeah, let
It's
him
been a
come up.
while since I had you up here, man. See, I don't care. When RBR comes on my shit, I let him say whatever he want. I don't try to censor him. He say whatever the hell he want, long as he don't start talking about Martians and goddamn Russian robots and shit.
Obama.
Long as he stay away from that shit right there, he can say whatever the hell he wants. RBR, he might have left because he said he was just checking into the bashing of black women to please the racists. I mean, ain't nobody bashing no black. What are you talking about, RBR? See what I'm talking about?
That's what I'm talking about right there, man. That's what I'm
like,
talking
come
about.
on, man.
It's
I mean,
like
people just got to get the message, man, because obviously, I don't think any of these brothers hate all black women. Okay, it's just that some things that needs to be improved needs to be called out, and people do things in different ways, and so some things are successful while some things need a little bit of tweaking. So I think instead of sitting there trying to defend, why don't they need to figure out, okay, I may maybe overlooking A, B, and C. So let me go ahead and improve it. So this, we won't be going through this. Like I remember that, I was told, I think I was probably like maybe 15, 14. I was real young. And my mother used to tell me that I was selfish. And I never saw it. I'm like, man, I just don't see, I can't really, I'm trying to think, okay, I don't really, you know, take things from people or whatever. I share every now and then. Why am I being called selfish? I never saw it. Then when I finally got to college, people from different parts of the world, different parts of the state, they were still calling me selfish. And I'm sitting there like, huh? You know? So this is what I did. I said, okay, I still don't see it, but what I'm gonna do, everything I get, I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna make sure that if I buy one pizza, I'm just gonna buy two of them. If I buy a hamburger, I'm gonna buy two of them. I'm gonna always share. Ever since I came up with that, I never heard nobody call me selfish ever again. You know, and that's the thing is that even though you don't see what somebody's criticizing you about, at least take away that ammo against you. If that makes sense to people out there listening, but instead of sitting there trying to, because just imagine how much time I would have wasted trying to defend myself. Well, what do you mean? I do this, I do that. It's like I'm. That's why it's tiring. So you have to make sure that you got to make sure that you better yourself around you. Dang, did I say something right or wrong? I said bing. Oh, is that information, man?
The info man is in here, and you know the information man got the ridiculous setup, man, with 55 million sounds and microphones and all that shit going on. So
wait, what's going on, man?
what's good, brother? Info.
Hey, do me a favor, brother X.
Go ahead.
You got that troll in your chat room. Take that blue ranch off his ass. I'm about to block his ass out of your chat room.
I can't believe he.
I told no,
it's
no, no.
too late.
That's
I
not
already
time
sent him the link. It's too late.
We've already told him he has been
is
expelled from Black YouTube. So take that blue ranch off his ass and be getting rid of him. Simple as that.
I can't believe. I don't even remember giving him a wrench. Like
that's the problem.
How the hell did he get a wrench? I don't even remember that
night, brother.
I do not remember giving RBR goddamn wrench.
I was gonna ask.
Your ass must have been drinking.
I was gonna say that to the prophet, but I didn't want to disrespect him because he may have said, "Hey man, I don't even drink," so I didn't want to talk out of line. But yeah, man.
I must have had been on some shit that night. RBR has a wrench in my shit.
Yeah, get his ass out of here, man. Nobody got time for that dude.
Yeah, because I know he's gonna come in.
Go make a video and talk about people. That's what he does. Go make your little video. Put our names in it. Get yourself some clout. That's what you always do.
I don't care about that shit. I just took his wrench though because
get his goddamn wrench out of here.
I don't remember him being wrenched in my shit. I don't remember that. Like, when did that happen? Like, when did I give RBR a wrench? Now, mind you, I've had RBR on a couple times. Okay, I have had him on, but I don't remember the wrench thing. I mean, we must have been having a real good time, and I fucked around and wrenched
Yeah. You must have had a couple. You must have had something,
rinsed
brother.
his
A couple of
ass.
drinks or something.
Yeah, because when I saw it, I was like, when the hell did I give RBR a fucking wrench? Like, Jesus, what the hell was I
Man.
thinking about?
Hell yeah,
Not
that's
him.
what I want to know. What the hell you thinking about?
Well, I'm like, goddamn, that's crazy. Now, like I said, I've had him on here a couple times, and I let him talk his bullshit. I stop him when he go into Martians and robots and all that kind of bullshit. But I have had RBR on here a few times. He's crazy, but he is somewhat entertaining. I haven't had him on here a lot. I think I've had him on here twice. And he's going to be RBR. And that's probably why I haven't had him on here much.
Yeah. Well,
don't worry, brother Brandon. I got you, man.
Yeah.
People like Brandon L should have a wrench, not RBR.
Yeah.
RBR abuses his power, so yeah, you can't give him any power, man. Any more power than
hell no.
No, he doesn't have any power. That's not even give him that kind of. I think
can't have you with a wrench, RBR.
What's the term? What's the term, Info Man? What's a better word for what your brother's been doing?
I don't know, man. I myself have given him opportunities on my platform. I've tried to be fair with him, and he always ends up being a backstab. So no more am I entertaining RBR. No more.
Yeah, you can't.
Hey,
you can't do it,
brother. Prophet. So tomorrow we're gonna go live between 8:30. I got it set up. I'm looking forward to you coming on over. We're gonna go on my first channel, Information Man Show. Should be a great night. And I'm going to talk to you about a lot of different issues, man. We're going to try to touch on a variety of different issues, controversial and otherwise. So I'm literally looking forward to conversing with you tomorrow. Big time.
Oh, absolutely. I haven't been interviewed in a while, man. The last time I got interviewed by Brother Gab. I'm supposed to, believe it or not, I've actually gotten a few interview requests. I don't know. I guess I'm getting more popular. And people be writing me and shit about, yo, X, man, would you come on, interview you and shit. And see, to me, that's kind of weird because I'm so used to interviewing people. I do a lot of interviewing of people. And it's different when you're on the other side of the mic and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's different. People asking you questions and shit's coming out of left field. You're not really prepared for them, all like that. Because brothers are creative and inventive, and they'll ask you some shit that you ain't even think about. Now you got to sit back for a minute or two and kind of ponder that shit. So, I'm looking forward to it though, man, because you my brother, man. You know how me and you are, man. So I'm looking forward to it, man.
I appreciate it, definitely. What's going on, brother Art? Brother RJ, it's good to see you all. Great discussion tonight.
Information, man.
Hey, man, good to hear you. And I got to get Art on too for an interview as well, and I got to get brother RJ on too as well. Because what I'm doing, as well, brother X, what I'll be doing is doing the conversation that we'll have tomorrow. I got a new mix system, so I'm able to push this stuff out into other platforms within podcasting. So it's going to be nicely wrapped into a nice package in some other areas. So this is going to be, I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time coming to just have this discussion with you. And you guys have been putting it down tonight. I think we have a serious problem, Houston, as it relates to brothers that are being raised by mothers. They're living with their mothers, living on their grandmothers, like you said, playing with the video games, have no ambition, but yet they have so much to say about you. This is going to be an indictment. Maybe it is or not, but I'm sorry. Some of these individuals that you're talking about, Brother X, we've got these same individuals running around on YouTube, mealy mouth Negroes, talking. And some of them probably live in some of these boarding houses with their parents. You never know, man.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. You know it. I mean, this is the thing, man. And I talked about this with Brother C Boogie earlier. I can sit up here and I can tell you I'm a goddamn astronaut. I can even play the part. I can get me a spacesuit and get NASA wrote on it. You know, that shit got NASA wrote on it. And you know, when I fuck around and go ahead and turn my camera on, you know, I got the spacesuit on, and you know, I got the helmet and the whole nine, and you know, I might even have some green screen effects back there to make it look like I'm in space. So it's like you can say anything, you can do anything on here. Like, I mean, you can. You know, that's what media has done. Media, like tonight, we were talking about looking in the mirror. What media has done has made it so people don't have to look in the mirror. People can break the mirror because this thing right here isn't a mirror, man. This is a projector. Okay. You don't see your reflection in here. You see your projection in here. So whatever you want to project, you can through this.
Right.
Okay. This doesn't serve as something to make you reflect anything. There is no reflection in it, only projection. And I think many of us, we have taken it way too far. Because see, you know, the internet, like I said earlier, it's like Never Land. And a lot of us, we just a bunch of Peter Pans running around here, you know, never growing up, you know, there's just a kid for our whole life. And I think that media has exasperated that, man. It's amplified it. Now, has it done it to all of us? Of course not. But I think a substantial amount of us, this is what has happened. Media's Never Land, okay? And a lot of us just Peter Pan. You know, we flying around with our green suit, bunny hat on, and tights. I mean, it's crazy.
Well,
crazy.
I personally think that one of the reasons why you have these issues is that I think kids today. Let's take it back. When I grew up, you know, a lot of us on the panel, me, you, but you know, Brother X, maybe Brother Art, RJ. Are you in your 20s, brother, or early 30s? Where are you at in your range? If you mind me asking.
RJ probably working.
Okay. Well, this is where let me get right to the point.
30s.
Let me get right to the point. You know, we grew up where there was no cell phones, right? We grew up having to learn to have interpersonal skills, the ability to be able to have the gab to talk to women, talk to people, to interact, to look people in the eyes. I remember my mother used to always tell me, put your head up, boy, look people in the eye. You know what I mean? Look at life straight on. And I think a lot of young people today have been trained to look a damn glass, a projector of a cell phone in the eye. Their heads are down. People are walking around with their heads in their cell phone, walking across streets. There's no interpersonal connection to people. No one has great verbal skills anymore. Everyone knows how to make all these abbreviated words because that's what they're doing on a texting. So in some ways, this generation or some in this generation, these kids are being programmed. They're being programmed for a reason because we are going into the future. And they want you to be like a robot so that when they come time for them to tell you, we're going to put microchips in your body, in your hands, whatever, you will be acceptable. This generation will be acceptable to doing it because they're already being programmed by machines and they're being programmed to be dependent on machines. And they have no ability to, I mean, I had a young guy one time say, you mean you want me to call you on the phone? Right? These kids don't even know how to talk. They don't talk on the phone anymore. It's text. So they're almost like robots. And I think it's just that's the plan. I think it's a purposeful plan to get people out of personal inner connection.
Yeah, that's what it's for, man. That's why I was saying is that in order for the young to be controlled, they can't have their level of intelligence have to be so low to where no matter how hard they fight, they will never make it.
Right.
So that's what it's designed for.
The kids are growing up being manipulated and conditioned to the marketing. right? Labels, shoes, different things of that nature. So this is what the kids are putting up as the value. Mommy, daddy, I gotta have this, I gotta have that. I mean, we've always had it, but it's even at a higher hype now, unfortunately. And so what you brothers said was powerful because you talked about taking kids out of their community, letting them be exposed to true manhood and what it means. And that's what I've been trying to say on YouTube all along, is that if we want to, there are young men who grow up in situations that they didn't ask to be in, but they're diamonds in the rough. You know this, Art, RJ, you know this, being a member of your fraternity, brother, that that there are young men out here who need black males in their life to at least show them the way. And I'm sorry, if I have the ability to transform a young black male just by spending a certain amount of time with him, if that makes a difference in his life. I mean, a lot of guys on YouTube, when they talk about being a cleanup man, they thinking that you got to damn near be married to the mother of the child. But sometimes it could just be little things. And I've experienced this, that could transform that kid, because maybe he never had a black man even talk to him a certain way. And you could make that difference for the short time that you might have spent with him. You never know. And I think that's where what's missing, brother. Some brothers are forgetting that it could be someone in their life might have made the difference if it was not their own father in their life. It could have been a coach. It could have been some masculine individual who carried himself in a certain way that you said, man, that's how I want to be. So we can never underestimate the importance of getting in the influencing young black males in particular, whether they're your son or not. And if we talk about the black community's got to do better, why can't we build young black men up? Why?
Yeah, I can agree with that. You know, it's just that, see, we live in a time now where people are individualists for the most part. You know, there's a lot of individualism out there.
Right.
So you have the idea of, you know, I got mine, I don't give a shit. You figure out how to get yours. Now, there's some truth to that too. Okay. What I think the problem is in many pockets of black society, because let us be clear, I think many of us actually really, really care about black folks. I think that some of us may care more about black folks than others do, but I truly believe, I truly believe that many of us, the reason why we get on here and to talk the shit we talk and say the things we say, because, you know, we got a love for our people. You know, I know me, I'll speak for myself. I mean, I got love for our people, you know, but it's just like people in your family. Sometimes they get on your goddamn nerve. So you're like, what the hell is wrong with you, man? You know,
that's
but I
true.
believe that, I believe a lot of us, you know, we have a deep love for black folks. And I think some of us have gotten so disappointed with some of the stuff that we see, that we have learned to just, like you do some of your estranged family members. It's not that you don't love them, man. You just love them from a distance. And I think that that's what's going on. Yeah, you know that's real, brother Info.
It's true.
You know, there's people in your family, you love them, but you know, you don't go see them that much. You know, you only go see them like, you know, once a year or some shit like that, because
Damn near.
you know, you love them, but you love them from a distance. And I think that that's kind of what we got going on in certain parts of black society. It's not that we don't love black folks, just that, you know, we gonna love them from a distance. Yeah, I think there's a lot of that. And I think it has been mislabeled as, you know, cooning, Sambo, race trader, and all this kind of nonsense. I think a lot of times we mislabel black folks for the simple fact that they don't deal with other black folks the way we deal with black folks. And I'm a true believer that many of us who get on these airways and we say the shit we say, like the brothers that you talk about say, you know, they don't want to mess around and mentor none of these kids and stuff like that. I think a lot of these brothers, like I said, man, just loving black folks from a distance because they're so disappointed in some of black people. I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm just speaking for myself. I ain't
No,
speaking for
brother,
nobody
that's a
else.
fair. No, I believe that that's a fair statement. I do think that I can be honest in that regard that there are some brothers who have gone in the community. The community has rejected them in some cases, not all cases. And so brothers say, hey, you know what? I tried. I'm moving forward. I get that. I think there are women that are doing some things that are impacting their children negatively in the fact that they're making bad decisions in the men they attend to be with or they're with. And who wants to clean up something that another man created or a woman created by her bad decisions. But, and this is the but that I put into it, is that still there are lots of diamonds in the rough in these communities that we say we should burn. And those diamonds in the rough can transform themselves. I had friends growing up who grew up in really poor, bad situations. And they grew up and turned out to be pretty damn good, decent people, and went on to do great things because they had someone who was willing to give them some time. And most of the guys that I deal with in the prison environment, the same thing they always say is, I wish I would have had a father, some male figure that could have changed the tide for me. But my male figure was the gang. My male figure was some negative individual, and I made poor decisions in the things that I did. These are grown men that are telling me this, Brother X.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I'm a true believer that your destiny is the sum total of the decisions that you made in your life. I mean,
True.
everything that you did in your life, man, that shit got you to where you at right now, whether you rich, poor, homeless, living in the woods, driving a BMW or riding a bicycle.
That's right.
Everything you've done, every decision that you made throughout the course of your life has got you right here where you at now, whether it did it in a good way or a bad way. All right.
That's
And you
true.
continue to write that destiny. You continue to write it as you live. That's what I believe. You write your destiny, man. And sometimes many of us have gotten ourselves into a place where we wrote our destiny in pen and we can't fucking erase it. So we stuck with it. But some of us, we wrote our destiny in pencil. So we can kind of erase some of that shit, man, and write it anew, do new shit, new thinking, have a new outlook on life, do things differently, change the way we operate, change our environment, change our job. We can, some of us are in a position where we can do that. The sad thing is that many of us are not. Many of us are stuck pretty much where we are. We haven't improved on shit in the last 10 years. We haven't done anything differently. We're still doing the same old stuff. We still think the same way. We still ask ourselves, as we look in that mirror that we've been talking about tonight, why things appear the same. And we shouldn't be asking ourselves that because we haven't done anything different to change what we see in that mirror. We haven't done anything to change that. But many of us, we don't get that either. We don't believe in changing our thinking
Right.
so we can change our behavior. Because this is the thing. It's hard for you to be stagnant when all you got on your mind is growth and movement, okay, and progressiveness. You're not going to be stagnant if that's how you think. If you think in growth, if you think in action, if you think in ability, if you think in, get up and go and do these things, there's no way you're going to be stagnant. But on the other side of that, if all you do is sit around and think like a sloth, and you don't got much that you have a desire for, you don't have much that you have a sense of ambition for or interest in, if you think stagnancy, it's going to be totally impossible for you to get up and go, for you to, make haste. Because see, you think stagnant. Because I'm a true believer that the body follows the mind. It's just like with positive and negative. It's hard for you to find yourself doing negative shit if you always got positive stuff on your mind.
That's
And
true.
vice versa. You got a bunch of negative shit on your mind. How can we expect you to do something positive? All you do is think negative. So how you going to turn around now and do something positive unless you change your thinking? That's just my opinion. The opinions you hear here are strictly the thoughts of TPOT Media. They do not represent any of the other people on this panel, nor do they represent the views of YouTube or its affiliates.
Now,
Oh,
word from
brother,
our
you're making a
sponsor.
lot of sense, though.
I see we got my brother BMT in the house. What's good, brother BMT?
He
It's
gonna
good
talk
to
about
see.
the cheering.
Hey, peace, BMT, brother.
What's
Where's
going on,
BMT
BMT?
at?
I'm going. What's going on? Peace to everyone on the panel. Peace to everyone in the chat. I want all of y'all on this panel to know I love y'all, and I have a lot of respect for y'all as men and as black men, men that do not make any excuses and step up and do what you need to be doing as a man. And we set standards for ourselves every day to get up, work, bust our ass, take care of our family, make money the right way, and be accountable. And I have done panels, I have done talks where I be like, brother, just give me a break. And I would always mentally click back in my head. When my dad one time slapped me in my face and jacked me up, and as I cried, he said, "Do you know why I'm hard on you, boy? Because the world is never going to let up off of you. So I have to get you ready for what's going to come. So I make sure you understand the standards of what it means, because life ain't going to always be fair for you as a man." And that lesson was slapped into me by my father. Shout out to you, James Johnson. And y'all understand what that means. I can't always give excuses, and I understand that life is not going to be fair for me or any of y'all. I'm sure we've been slighted some way. And when we talk about looking in the mirror, I think very hard about that, because at times I know what it's like to be on EBT. I know what it's like to walk to work, flip a burger, doggone, tell my woman, well, shit, I don't know how we gonna make it tomorrow. I've been in all those shoes. But one thing I knew was, whatever decision I make as a man, I was going to have to stick by it and live by it. And that is something that a lot of men are sadly, they want a only God can judge me, get out of free jail card. No, Negro, you on this earth with me. You get a credit check just like me. And whether you like the fair shake or not, it's something that we have to live with. And yes, I understand where some guys have said, man, like, if I only had a black father, I get it, man. I'm one of 4 kids with my mom, and one of, I don't know how many goddamn kids my daddy had. But shit, life ain't fair for no black child. It ain't gonna never be fair. But I damn sure am gonna try to give as much of a head start as we can to my children. And I had to tear up my child behind on the on arch panel. But I also said that I set the standard for my children and those around me in my community and other men around me. I only hang with my equals. I respect the brothers here on this panel because I see y'all as brothers who will hold me accountable. Am I correct? So when I look in the mirror and I look at y'all, I know y'all holding me at the same standard you will hold yourself to, I would assume. But
Absolutely.
we
Hold
got
on.
to understand.
second. Hold on a
Go
second,
ahead,
brother.
go ahead, brother.
Who's snoring on this motherfucker?
I
Somebody,
don't know. It ain't me.
somebody snoring.
Damn sure not me, man.
Is that brother Art snoring?
It ain't me.
No, it's not me, G. I'm muted, but yeah.
God damn.
I
Could
know.
y'all hear that? Or is that
I
shit
know
just
it
me?
is. It's my damn wife. She fell asleep at her desk again.
Oh,
my baby fell asleep doing her schoolwork. That's my damn wife again.
Who's snoring? Who's
My wife fell
snoring
asleep
on the
again.
street?
Sound like
We
the
going.
hat is blowing in the
Go
air
ahead.
and you breathe. Like
Go
the
ahead,
Cardi
brother.
That's the
B.
life of a black man. One of us is knocked out of sleep. So let me
Yeah,
go
go
sit in the
ahead.
office. But
Go
the
ahead.
thing about it, I do apologize for that, brothers. You know, and right now, like my wife going to school, and I have to pick up the load. I have to be more hands-on with my kids. I can't say, well, that's the woman's job. No, I'm a parent. That's all our jobs in this house. So I want her to go to school and get that extra paper, and I invest in her and my kids. Every man on this panel has made some type of life investment because we know what we do in our life is not going to always show. It's going to show in our children and in those we invest in. That's the stoicism of being a man. That is what you put down on the paper, the investment you put in the bank. I used to always ask my dad, why you get up so early and go to work? You work almost 6 to 7 days, 8 days if there was out of the week. He said, I do it so your black ass don't have to do it. And now that I'm older now, my son asked me the same question, Daddy, why you work so hard? You rich? I said, I'm rich. No, son, I'm just blessed because I bust my ass. You don't know what I have to do because you don't see it. But when you get old enough, you will understand it because you're going to do that. And every man on this panel, we understand that because when our youngins or people around us look at us, they looking for the outside, but they don't see what you go through on the inside and mentally up there. Mm-hmm. We can't afford to show our hand. We just got to put on a bluff and say, shit, I'll just fake it and I'll make it work, damn it. And that's something about being a black man and about looking at that mirror. I hold every brother accountable and say, listen, man, I look at you as mentors, uncles, fathers, and my associates and my brethren. I don't say that to everybody, but I say that to those, especially on TPOT. I ride hard for y'all brothers. You know what I'm saying? I understand a lot of us, we've each gotten our fair shake where people question how we move, but I understand how real men move because we move at a consistent standard where we can sit at the table and not have to give up our character because we came from all walks of life and we hold people at our judgment of character. And see, a lot of people are not used to that. They're not used to that. That's why it's foreign. This type of behavior of how a man is supposed to carry himself is foreign. I knew when men come in a room, especially when I was a boy, shut the hell up. They didn't have to talk. The men didn't have to really talk. They sit there, they do what they need to do, and they leave out the room. Joke around with the kids, say what they got to say with the women, be the person that they need to leave, and out the house or out the room. We don't always have to announce what the hell we do. We don't got to floss what we do or show it on these. That's why I say YouTube, y'all truly don't know what a lot of these men from finance to doggone federal to doggone school to doggone business to doggone military. Y'all really don't know what us men on this panel realistically do. Y'all just see what we do on the camera. That's just us on our downtime, just expressing what we realistically are thinking. But y'all don't really know what we actually do. But I'm gonna pass the mic. But like I said, man, like this is deep. There's so many layers to this about the mirror, about black men in the mirror, looking in the mirror.
Well, the only thing you said children this time, BMT. You didn't say children.
You know the southern to me. You know the southern to me always come out. The southern to me come out.
You got all proper on us now. You didn't take us back home and said cheering.
Churn, you know I am about
Children.
my churn. You know I am about that.
I was waiting. I was like, he gonna say cheering. Watch.
I had to clean up my diction. I had to clean up my diction.
I gonna pull out the organ, man. You go just go
He
to
was
it.
getting me about my diction, man. He always be saying, what is churn? Like people were teasing me about that. I'm like, y'all know what churn are, man.
Like he's at the pulpit, if I did give a sermon. I was like, okay. God love the cheering.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all know damn well. They be getting on me about my accent, man, but y'all know damn well.
I love it. I love it though.
That's
My
my
folks from
brother right
Mississippi.
there. I don't care if he do say children. He's still my brother. God damn it.
That makes my day, man. That makes my day. I was like, okay, like a celebrity. Shoot.
But I
I'm a musician.
But I always try to mention our kids because at the end of the day, I know that every brother on here, we're not going to be here forever. But
That's
I know
what I said earlier.
what we leave behind, if you listen to a lot of people, they ask, well, what did y'all do? What did y'all do? I'm more like, what am I going to leave behind? I want to be able to pull up y'all videos of y'all teaching or talking. You know what I'm saying? That's what's going to be left behind. And I can play that capsule of Infoman, of Art, Prophet, RJ. There's only so many of y'all brothers on YouTube I will literally let my family or different people listen to. But you got to be very mindful of that. Can't let everybody in your camp. Yep. My community is my home of peace. So there's very few men. You got to understand they're preaching. You allow in your congregation around your people. That's the steward of being a man. You don't let everybody around your kids. You don't let everybody around your women. But I don't mind what Prophet says. What Prophet speaks from, he speaks about the home. What Info speaks about, he speaks about the man in the home, the community. What Art speaks about is the mentality of the home. What RJ speaks about is the financial standpoint of the home. So I would have those talking points be playing when my kids are doing their homework and letting it stir in their mind. And they will ask questions and I will answer and interpret for them what they say. I don't mind playing that. Have you ever played back y'all stuff in front of people outside of YouTube? You ever go? I challenge you. Look at the reaction of what people actually will think when they actually hear what you say real time. Not the people in the chat, but I played some of the people's recordings at a college and then at different places. And some stuff will resonate. Some stuff will be like, that motherfucker crazy.
I've done it. I've taken it and you take it, you take your phone and you connect the, you Bluetooth to your stereo system. Yeah. I've done that in the car with my own shit. And I've had people come up to me be like, yo, man, who that? Who that? And I tell motherfuckers, that's me. Oh man, that ain't you. Yo, for real. That's me. Oh, man, that ain't
so what you trying to say?
Yeah. Yeah, like, man, that's me. Yeah, I have done that. I remember a while back, man, I was in New York City and we were out there and we always drive when we go to New York City, we take that 9-hour goddamn trip. And I had took my wife and her sister, I forgot what the hell we were at, and they had went into somewhere, and I'm outside as normal, smoking me a cigar, and I played like 2 or 3 of my videos, and I also played one of Black Ram's, and there was a couple of people just standing around the car listening. They're standing around the car listening, man. Like, and these people didn't know me. I'm in the freaking New York City park. They were standing around the car listening. That was around the same time the brothers was like, yo, man, who these dudes? Who these people? I was like, yo, one of them is me. It was like, oh, that's you? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you don't recognize the voice? He's like, oh, that don't sound like you. I'm like, oh, okay. Okay, that's not me then. Yeah, I played Black Ram. I played one of Black Ram's video because I know y'all all know Ram. Shout out to brother Black Ram. I played Black Ram and I played two of my shits, and people were actually standing around listening. I've done it since I've been down here, and I've played it in the car. And when brothers walk by, you know, they give you that head nod, you know, because they hearing it. But when chicks walk by, they give you the screw face when they hear, you know, depending on what's playing. You know what I'm saying? If I'm on there going in on these old mamas, you know they giving me the screw face. You know, but if I'm playing something else, yeah, if I'm playing something else, brothers kind of like stop and listen and kind of see if they can recognize it. You know, that's been my experience, but I haven't done that in a while. Now, I've played my videos in the house on the smart TV, but when we have guests come over, because they know what I do, and I've played, I put a couple of my videos up there and, let them play. I've done that. But far as like, being like out and about, I haven't done that much in the car. I definitely haven't done it lately, but I have done it where I actually play, my videos in the car, and I play the shit loud too, just like it's, like it's a song or some shit. And, people notice. People do notice, man. They notice. But we know it's a lot of people on YouTube, but we also got to realize that there's a lot of people that are not. You know that?
Yeah.
There's because you look at some of these, for instance, take any night, any regular night on YouTube when any of us, because all of us up here, we do streams, right? We all create content. You look in your chat room, a lot of those people don't even have faces. They don't even have avatars. It's just a letter. It's an S or an A or a P that's purple or green. And you go to their channel, there's nothing there. Mm-hmm. They don't have any content. They don't have any videos. They don't have anything. They're not even subscribed to your shit. You look up there on their channel, they ain't subscribed to nobody's shit.
That's agent 66251. No, I'm joking.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like I'm a true believer that the bulk of us who are on YouTube aren't quote unquote, content makers, video makers. A lot of us, we just have a YouTube account so we can watch other people's shit. I don't think that everybody on YouTube is a goddamn content creator where they make videos and have live streams and, make pre-recorded videos. I don't think most of us do that. I would be shocked if it was 50-50, it would shock me that, 50% on YouTube make videos and do live streams and the other 50% don't. I would be shocked with that number because I would think it would be more like 70% of the people that's on here don't even make content. Only like 30% of us. But I could be wrong. I don't have any numbers or statistics to quantify that. But, it's all anecdotal from what I've seen over the course of years, watching all you brothers and watching my stuff. A lot of those faces that be in those chat rooms, man, aren't faces at all. They just avatars. That's it. With no content on the channel. So, But anyway.
Let me just say real quick, actually what you're saying is factual. There are a lot of people that follow you who don't necessarily are not content creators, and they just create an account to watch, just like you said. But then there's also people who have no account whatsoever on YouTube, and they're watching you. This is why I know this is true. Okay, let's say, for example, Brother X, any of us, we go on live. Let's say you've got 20, 30, whatever, 40 people in your chat room. Soon as your show is over, let's say you might have hit 4 or 5, whatever amount of people that actually were watching. Well, those actual people that were watching are people who probably may enjoy what you do, but they don't necessarily have a YouTube account, or do they want to, but they watch.
Yep, I could agree with that.
No, because you can look at it in the numbers, because you have to ask yourself, how can you only have, because the people who don't actually have accounts, they can't get into the chat room, even if they wanted to. So if you see a channel and they've got 400, 300, whatever people that are watching, but there's only really 30 or 20 people in the chat room moving up and down, then that tells you that the people that's watching are either people that are just casually watching, people who want to watch the buffoonery too as well. Let's not forget that. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Who this entertainment for them, they get their popcorn and they're ready to go for you. And then there's people who don't have the accounts, they just simply watch, because the minute you end your show and you see that your view count is way bigger than what was in your chat room or what was shown on the little dashboard, that tells me, well, there's a hell of a lot more people watching you than you think. You look at someone who's got 300 people showing up on the screen, right? But then by the time you end your show, you might have had 400 people that actually were watching, but just were not in the chat room. That's the casual YouTube viewer. That's what that is.
Makes sense.
That is so interesting. I'd be very confused about that info, but I'd be like, oh, okay, 4 people in the chat. I'm cool. Turn off the damn video. They'd be like, you had 80 views. I'm like, what the fuck are these 80 views?
The reason why is because
300.
I think YouTube plays around with our numbers big time.
Yes.
There's a lot of games that YouTube plays, but what that shows is that you may have a group of people, BMT, who love your content. They just don't have a YouTube account, so they can't they can't get into your chat room, and they're watching casually to a certain degree. Because how can you explain that? If for example, if someone who has a big channel has got, you see 400 people are watching at that time, and by the time they end their show, they probably got maybe 1,000 or 2,000 that actually were watching that were not even on the dashboard. If I've got 65 or 70 people watching, by the time the show is over, boom, it's 600 or 700 or 500 people that were watching. So that means that I might have had just as much people watching me as someone who we think has a lot of people watching them, because you can see 300 in their dashboard, but I might have had the same amount of people watching me, but they just not subscribed, or they're not they don't have an account.
Yep.
You know,
so we got more people watching us than we think, is basically what I'm saying.
No, I agree.
You don't really need an account to watch.
Exactly.
You don't need an account to watch.
Man,
but what it shows us is that a lot of us who will think that our channels are small, we may have more people watching us than we really know. And I know this because YouTube fucks around with the numbers too.
I believe that. Like, trust me, it's a weird thing when you go to Walmart, people know more about you than you. And I don't know how y'all know me, but okay, I'll go with that. I don't say that. Like, I'm subscribed to all of y'all channels, but I never see when Infoman goes on. Only way how I know he's on is because Infoman sends me messages and drops it in the group, in the Facebook and in their groups, and Prince sends me the stuff. So I'm like,
Yeah. You know why I do that?
Yeah.
Because YouTube be effing around with the notification. You be thinking that
even when you hit the damn bell, man, the shit don't be working like talk about.
I would suggest that all of you, when you do your content, if you have a group of people that you really rock with, definitely do your best you can to like, I'll use my Instagram. I got a lot of y'all on Instagram. I'll send it there. I'll send it on email. I'll send it on Twitter, because I do that because YouTube's notification is a piece of, you know what, they not really trying to get people to come to our content. You know what they want you to watch. And this is another game that I've been noticing. Let's say, for example, brother X or BMT, or even brother Art. Let's say I see that your channel is on, and I take my mouse on my computer and I click to go into your content. The motherfucker will turn around and send me the damn Breakfast Club, and I'll be like, I didn't want no damn Breakfast Club.
That has happened.
No, you don't laugh about it. That's serious, because what they're doing is they're trying to push the content towards the channels that they really want you watching, the bullshit, and the channels that's making them, a lot of money, corporate shit. And so I'm saying to myself, why is it that every time I'm trying to click into somebody's channel that I clearly know I clicked into, it's sending me to Breakfast Club? I don't want to watch no goddamn Breakfast Club. So I look at little nuances on YouTube and it tells me they are playing games with us, man.
Yeah, I agree. But I've had a lot of people email me or message me like, BMT, you stop making content? I'm like, no. I'm like, what do you mean? I said, I just did like 5 videos. They're like, no, you don't make content no more.
Damn.
So I'm like, I don't like, listen, I've seen my subscribers fluctuate, go down, then go back up.
Yeah.
Hell, I just stopped looking at the goddamn number and shit. And I'm like, listen, man, I got people. I said, listen, man, just visit me once a month. And you'll get a whole playlist of shit you can go play around with, look at. I said, oh, you'll catch me. I tell people you can catch me on Art's channel once a week, Prophet channel. If anybody calls me, I'll let you know. I usually go stop by more. I stop by more of y'all guys' channel than actually do my channel because then at least I know you can get 2 birds with 1 stone. But I rather more so like I rather be my brother's keepers and be on the platform with them and rock with them and just be easy with that, or just be in the chat and just say and share it. Because honestly, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I'm starting to notice certain people or certain messages, and I thought I was crazy, or I thought maybe this is some kind of fuckery, but I'm like, yo, dude, like, I'm like, why isn't I'm not seeing like Prophet's videos? I remember for a while, and me and Prophet, you talked about, you said, yo, BMT, why aren't you, remember we were talking about like, why aren't you coming over? And I'm like, I'm dead ass. Like, I'm not getting that. I don't even see your shit coming up. And
I didn't know what the hell was going on with that.
Yeah, it wasn't like I was avoiding him. It was just like there was something set up where I just could not go over to him.
The reason why is because YouTube has made some adjustment to their computerized algorithm. What they're doing is they're pushing, they want to see you go to different types of content, and they're pushing certain types of content and channels that they really want your black ass watching. But if you're watching channels that are what we would call controversial, I guess, Brother X, you're controversial, and it's black and it's black talk. They don't, you think they want Negroes listening to other black people that's enlightening them? They want you to look at the Breakfast Club, and they want you to look at the goddamn transgender stuff, and they want you to look at all this other goofy shit that they got on YouTube. That's what they're doing. So the algorithms are pushing you to those areas, and then the algorithms are messing around with the notifications. Hell, I've even gone to channels that I knew I had subscribed to, and I've gone to the channel and I'm like, why am I unsubscribed? I don't remember unsubscribing from such and such channel. This is some bullshit.
Yeah, that shit was happening to me too, man. Like channels that I knew I was subscribed to, I look up and it says subscribe. I'm like, wait a minute, I was already subscribed to this shit. What the hell? I didn't unsubscribe. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, man. I mean, because that shit happens to me too. I mean,
yeah, they playing a lot. They playing a lot. They playing a lot of games. So what I normally do is every now and then I'll go to different channels just to double check and make sure I am subscribed, because I know they play these kind of games. And then for me, I just I'll send a few notifications through the social media to just as a double way to make sure that people know I'm coming on. If I have time to do that an hour or two before I go on, because I know that the notifications on YouTube is a piece of shit.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Like I said, but I'm seeing more Will Smith. I'm seeing a lot more Will Smith and all kind of motherfuckers on YouTube now, and I'm like,
wait a minute, BMT. You were on a live stream with me before, I believe. I have said this, and people were talking about, oh no, people gonna steal. I keep telling you, the celebrities are about to make their attack on YouTube. And when these celebrities, when you got Will Smith, and you're gonna have more that's coming, and YouTube is gonna promote and prop up their channels, and they're gonna try to downstripe our channels, and you're gonna have black folks, I'm sorry, that are so entertainment oriented in terms of celebrities that are gonna go run over to those channels, and it is going to have an input on people on this platform that are trying to make a way for themselves. I've been saying that, and I'm telling you, it's coming. Will Smith is just one of the few.
Yep, I remember me. You talked about that long time ago, and I expected. That's why I rock hard with Prophet and a lot of y'all. I said, listen, man. Sooner or later, man, we all gonna be stuck on Black Avenger because damn sure. I'm just waiting for one day I click on my shit and it's all gone.
Yep, just an empty damn space.
And all you see is Disney.
And you got to remember, Hollywood and the television networks, they know that people are not watching the dummy tube as much. People not going to movies as much unless it's a big blockbuster movie. So they know that where's everybody's eyeballs at? It's on the social media, and these Hollywood and these advertisers, they want those dollars, and they're saying, well, how can we make money? Get these damn celebrities on the social media, make them personable. Let people be able to talk to them on the chat room. I'm telling you, you get some more of these celebrities on there. Next thing you know, YouTube is going to be trying to shut folks out. And this is coming too. I believe that YouTube is going to create a payment tier, meaning this: if you want to live stream limited time, then you pay this amount of money. If you want to live stream for an hour, you pay that tier. If you want to go 2 hours, 3 hours, you pay that. I believe that they're going to come down with a payment plan for your black ass.
That's what me and Prophet said a long time ago.
Yep. But it's getting late, so I'll take everybody's parting shots now, and we'll close this here out. Whoever want to go first can go.
Okay. I guess I will say no to drugs and stay in school and don't be starting forest fires. It was good to be with the brothers, no nonsense, all about building. I think we need some of that. I mean, sometimes this serves as therapy for most of us because we have to deal with so much BS away from this. So this is always a breath of fresh air. Willing to do this again and just hang out with the fam. So thank you, Prophet, for inviting me once again. Peace to Information Man, RJ, BMT, and again, Brother Prophet. Did I miss anybody else? That was it?
You forgot RJ.
Anybody else? Did I say RJ?
No, you said my name, brother.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Wait a minute.
We love you, RJ.
Brother Art, did you say therapeutic?
Therapeutic, brother.
You know this is therapeutic, man.
All right, Black Ram.
Yep. Damn,
yes, somebody else was on before and left. Oh, Nagone. There you go.
Nagone was here? I missed Nagone. Damn, man.
And C Boogie.
Yeah, Nagone was here. C Boogie was here. Brother Moses was here.
Oh, and Brother Moses Jenkins.
Oh, Moses was here.
Yeah, Brother Moses was here. Yeah, it was here, man. Everybody comes to the TPOT YouTube page.
That's right.
Anyway, next up.
I just want to say, like I said, man, I'm just glad, like, there's just some places I could just let my dreads hang and just chillax, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, I always try to go over to y'all brothers' panels and rock with y'all. You know what I'm saying? I think I rock with y'all now more than my damn family. Shit. He looking at me crazy with his YouTube shit. So, but I know that there's a lot of work to be done. And I definitely I tell y'all to stay encouraged. Stay encouraged. Stick to your content in your heart, in your gut. Let that rock. Check out Art's channel. We be having amazing discussions. Check out RJ. RJ be telling y'all how to save $1, man. Fix your credit. Check out Information. This man be unearthing the truth about stuff that makes you cringe, but it's the truth. And Prophet, like I said, Prophet will hold you accountable, and them goddamn mamas. And me, I'm just the average Joe, BMT. Like I said, man, and I just talk. I just have a regular black male talking points, and I just
Wait
try
a
to.
minute. Wait a minute, brother BMT. Did you say
That's what I said.
That is so funny.
That sounds like Space
carry on?
Ghost. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
well,
So
like I said,
funny.
I think, but you know what? This would actually be the anniversary, Prophet, not knowing where me and you first did our first show was actually today. I actually got it
Oh
marked.
shit, I ain't even know that, man. You
This
can
is
tell, you
actually
know,
when
I ain't
we
worth
did.
the shit, man, because I ain't even remember
It's
that
all
shit,
right,
man.
but that's just how long we. And you know, the thing about it was, me and Prophet. I remember. I think everybody. I said RJ. No, even RJ. I think I butt heads with everybody on this goddamn panel at one time in my
Yeah.
life.
Yeah,
And
I think
now,
we
this
bumped
is
heads
true.
when I was first on O'Shea's.
right.
I was like, who is this Negro? Where did he come from?
When I first met
With them damn
BMT,
glasses.
he came right on my channel talking shit. I was like, who the hell is this dude in my chat room talking shit? That's how we met. Just like that. He came in my chat room talking shit.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how it happened.
And I
Excellent.
never look back, and I've always supported these brothers ever since then. Like I said, and these brothers have supported me in kind. Hell, even when they come to my channel, I literally let them take over the show because I trust them like family. So I defend anything without a question and let these brothers come on my panel. If I see them in the chat, I automatically just drop them the link, and they just say, "Come on."
Appreciate that.
Because that's your family, y'all my brothers. So if I understand if your channel were to go down, and they can bring your ass over to my channel, and we'll record over there, and we'll upload it on your channel. And we gotta have that mindset.
That's true.
We gotta have that mindset, you know. But I
We all
sure
we
enough,
got.
we all we got. You know what I'm saying? And we don't need a whole big mosh pit of us. We just need a few of us in agreement that, hey, if my brother falls, I'll pick him up until he can get back on his feet. And if we can get that down pat, others will most likely start getting on code. But, you know, that's just something that, you know, I just keep that. But yeah, man, this is my anniversary day of when me and Prophet started going hard in the paint, especially with Black XoDus. And I miss my boy Jay Shine. That's my other partner right there.
Yeah, he'll be
Yeah,
back.
man. He'll be back.
Yeah. He will be back. He will be
So
back.
we can
Next.
get on them goddamn mamas. Goddamn. Get on them.
Next. Brother RJ, is he still with us?
I'm still with you, brother.
Okay. Any parting shots?
Say it again.
Any parting shots?
Absolutely, brother. Yeah, I just wanted to first and foremost thank you for having me on. So it's a pleasure. I appreciate you for your consideration. Also, you know, peace to all the brothers on the panel. Art, brother, information man, BMT,
Thank you.
and into the family down there in the chat. As always, man, just whatever you guys are doing in your respective communities, man. I know it's grim. I know it's difficult dealing with us, man. I know we're a handful, man. But man, I want you brothers to please keep it going, man, because it's necessary. You know, you guys are doing not necessarily just as the church folk would say, God's work, but God work. You know what I'm saying? As black men, as the original people of this planet, man. So y'all keep on rocking, y'all keep doing your thing, man. And you know, let the naysayers say what they're gonna say, because they're gonna talk regardless. Keep in mind, you know, we black men, so we can't do anything right. You know, if we don't do anything for the community, then hey, how come y'all not building? Y'all not doing anything for the community? Do something for the community. You're not doing it quick enough. We ain't building
Right.
enough. So man, just keep doing what you guys are doing. You know, each and every last one of you and people that are close to you, you know, those who are like-minded, you know, the hell with the criticism, man. And you know, if you absolutely have to, man, take a break from this thing. Like, you know, I'm gonna go on another hiatus here in a second, and so, you know, it's necessary. You know, that's also therapeutic. So y'all just keep doing your thing. Peace, brother Kenny Conjo. And so that's all I have to say for right now. Until the next one. Thank you.
Peace. Pan hell.
Yep. I
He's
agree.
right. Brother's right.
Yep. I had to take a break. Yep, you're damn right. I took a week break.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to Rio myself. So
Me, I'm just gonna say this. I mean, we talked about the man in the mirror tonight. And I think it's always a good thing for us as men to look in the mirror. I mean, I think we spend way too much time looking outward as opposed to looking inward. And when you're looking outward, there's no way you can be paying attention to yourself. Okay, it's just like looking out the window instead of looking in the mirror. If you looking out the window, there's no way you can see what's going on inside the house. I think we need to turn around, man, and stop looking out the window for answers and start looking in the house for answers. I think that that's a problem in many, many parts of Black society. And I also think that it's a problem with many of us as Black men. Now, don't get me wrong, okay? I think that Black men are probably doing better than they've ever done, okay, in the course of history. I think that Black men have more things availed to them than they've ever had before. And I also think that Black men are way more developed and advanced than they've ever been. But I also think that we are faced with more challenges than ever before. And we're also faced with a lot more complacency and complicity and stagnancy than ever before. So somewhere we have to cross those two those two situations. Those two subjects have to be crossed, mixed up, and fixed somehow, some way, somewhere by someone. But it always initially starts with us.
Mm-hmm.
That's just what it is. When it comes to a man changing, no one can want the change more than you. No one can want what's best for you more than you. Because why on earth would anybody go hard in the paint for you more than you do?
True.
How can people want things for you when you don't want anything for your damn self?
Is
If
somebody
you're in a
frying
position,
flapjack?
yeah, right. If you're in a position where people are wanting things more than you do, you have to realize that at some point, your black ass need to be looking in the mirror.
Mm,
You need to be looking in the mirror
good points.
because there lies the answers. I'm just saying. But anyway, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight, man. You know, I got a lot of respect for all you brothers, and like I always say, don't let this be the last time you find yourself on the TPOT YouTube page. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. I want to thank everybody in the chat. I want to thank my moderators always doing what they're supposed to do. But most importantly, I want to thank you for coming out tonight, spending some time with us tonight, and watching us tonight. Um, I want everybody to get their black behinds down to Proper the Thought series on Facebook. That's Proper the Thought, one word series, the next word on Facebook. Go ahead, like the page, share the page, follow the page. You can always keep up with what's going on the TPOT YouTube page while you're there as well. Also, you can catch up with old X too. All you got to do is drop me a line, and I'm guaranteed to get back to you within 24 and 168 hours. While you're on Facebook, make sure you get down to the Proper Thought Series fan group page. That's the Proper Thought Series fan group page on Facebook. Go ahead, request to be a member. You're guaranteed to get in there quick. There's a lot going on there. There's a lot of people in the group. They post and put all kinds of stuff up there. So you ain't got to just listen to old X run his mouth all the time. You got other people down there running their old mouths too. Also, check us out on WhatsApp and Instagram. That's Proper the Thought. Leave out the series on Instagram. Follow us on Instagram. You guaranteed to get a follow back. And y'all know we always in the night like this. Get your black behinds down there to Twitter. The Twitter handle is at TPOT Media on Twitter. That's at TPOT Media on Twitter. Go ahead.
Brother
Follow us
Prophet.
on Twitter.
Brother
Because if you
Prophet.
don't, go ahead. Go ahead, Brother Art.
Sorry. Did you talk about the coins?
The coins?
Yeah,
What
drop the
coins?
coins. You always used to say that.
Oh yeah. I talked about it at the beginning of the show. Yeah, I always talk about the coins, man. I get people drop coins on me all the time. So I gotta talk about. I used to talk about it at the top of the show. Yeah, I talked about it.
Okay.
But anyway,
one last thing. Did
go ahead.
Infoman do a party shot too?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just thank you once again for having me on, brother X. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'll see you tomorrow evening.
So
Everybody come out and support the interview tomorrow. We should have a good time, good talk, real talk at that.
We're doing it 8 o'clock your time, right? 8 o'clock
between
your
8,
time.
8, yeah, about 8 o'clock, 8:30 at the very latest. But I want to reach out to you. I got your email.
Okay.
What I'll do tomorrow, I'm going to go ahead and use StreamYards. So you will be getting a StreamYard link sent to your email around that time. So just be on the lookout for it, brother.
Yeah, I'll be ready. Definitely. Because that's like 11 o'clock here. So I'm going to be home and all that. So, all right.
I'm ready to go for it. So,
okay, me
brother.
too, man. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a while since OX been interviewed.
I'll be there.
All right.
I'll be there.
And peace to everybody in the chat room. I see we got my man Kenny in the house and DJ Moss in the house. Everybody's looking cool. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Peace, Brother Info. Yeah, it's a good thing that Brother Info reminded me of that. Programming notes. Make sure you have your black behind down at the Information Man podcast tomorrow at 11 o'clock EST, because your X will be there tomorrow getting interviewed by the one and only Info Man on the Information Man show. So come on down there and check us out. Like I said, it'll be 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the Information Man show podcast. X will be getting interviews. I'm gonna be down there talking shit and making his subscribers really angry, because this is what I do. So y'all come on down there and follow me over, so I can at least have y'all to back me up, as I'm down there throwing dukes. Once again, I want to thank everybody for coming out, man. And I want to thank my most distinguished guests for coming through tonight. Brother RJ, Brother BMT, Brother Art the Style, Brother Info Man, Brother Moses, and the guest of honor, Brother C Boogie, for coming through tonight. I respect all you brothers. And like I said, don't let it be the last time you find yourself on the TPOT YouTube page. So, with that, I will leave you with 3 words, like I always do.
Open your mind. Here comes X. Think about this.
Peace, folks.
Open your mind, open your mind, open your mind, open your mind, open your mind. Only from TV. Open your mind.